the shadows where we hide. Once you've seen it, there's no going back in time. It's a darkness you can't fight. There's no stopping now. There's no backing out. We shoot to kill, aim for the heart, live for the thrill. We shoot to kill. We've got secrets buried deep inside these walls, but you'll never hear them talk. There's no stopping now. Oh, there's no backing out. No! We shoot to kill, aim for the heart, live for the thrill. We shoot to kill. We shoot to kill, aim for the heart, live for the thrill. We shoot to kill. Oh, 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 we shoot to kill, aim for the heart, live for the thrill. We shoot to kill. We shoot to kill, aim for the heart, live for the thrill. We shoot to kill. We shoot to kill. We shoot to kill. We shoot to kill. Set fire to the roses on my grave. It's not my time, my soul ain't yours to save. I'm coming home, I've got some things to say. My gloves are on and my shoes are almost laced. When the reaper comes and knocking at my door, we'll be going 12 rounds. Tell the devil I'll be coming back for more. We'll be going 12 rounds. I'm drowning all these voices in the sea, and meeting all my vices in the ring. So step inside, I ain't afraid to bleed. There ain't a casket strong enough for me. When the reaper comes and knocking at my door, we'll be going 12 rounds. Tell the devil I'll be coming back for more. at my door. We'll be going 12 rounds. Tell the devil I'll be coming back for more. We'll be going 12 rounds, 'cause I fight for everything I die for, everything I bled onto the ground and sacrifice for. When the reaper comes and knocking at my door, we'll be going 12 rounds. No, I won't die, no, not tonight. No, I won't die, no, not tonight. No, I won't die, no, not tonight. When the reaper comes and knocking at my door, we'll be going 12 rounds. Tell the devil I'll be coming back for more. We'll be going 12 rounds, 'cause I fight for everything I die for, everything I bled onto the ground and sacrifice for. When the reaper comes and knocking at my door, we'll be going 12 rounds. Do you wanna put up a fight, or do you wanna get out alive? Everybody's picking a side, and this can only end one way. Would you give the devil this dance? Would you be a part of his plans? Now you got some blood on your hands, well this can only end one way. If you wanna go, this is how it goes. If you wanna roll, heads are gonna roll. If you wanna play, we can play all day. But we play dirty, play dirty. You should probably run for your life. You should probably cover your eyes. You should start rehearsing your lies, 'cause this can only end one way. If you wanna go, this is how it goes. If you wanna roll, heads are gonna roll. If you wanna play, we can play all day. But we play dirty, play dirty. If you wanna live, gonna have to kill. If you wanna win, blood is gonna spill. If you wanna play, we can play all day. But we play dirty, play dirty. Whoa, 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 whoa. Play dirty, play dirty. All is fair, this is war. Say your prayers, lock your doors. Sticks and stones, breaking bones. All together, all alone. All is fair, this is war. Say your prayers, lock your doors. Sticks and stones, breaking bones. All together, all alone. If you wanna go, this is how it goes. If you wanna roll, heads are gonna roll. If you wanna play, we can play all day. But we play dirty, play dirty. If you wanna live, gonna have to kill. If you wanna win, blood is gonna spill. If you wanna play, we can play all day. But we play dirty, play dirty. Whoa, 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 whoa. not stop until we break through. So take your best shot, make your move. Oh, step right up, who's next? You're messing with the best. We're death-defying, coming in like lightning. Look out, we're striking. Ready, set, let's go. This fire's blazing, we're troublemaking. We got you shaking. Ready, set, let's go. Ready, set, let's go. High volts through these veins. Trouble is our game. Keeping aces up every sleeve, bringing rivals down to their knees. Oh, step right up, who's next? You're messing with the best. We're death-defying, coming in like lightning. Look out, we're striking. Ready, set, let's go. This fire's blazing, we're troublemaking. We got you shaking. Ready, set, let's go. Ready, set, let's go. Hit 'em up, hit 'em up, hit 'em up. Hit 'em up, hit 'em up. We're death-defying, coming in like lightning. Look how we're striking. Ready, set, let's go. This fire's blazing, we're troublemaking. We got you shaking. Ready, set, let's go. Ready, set, let's go. Ready, set, let's go. The kid just got the dark side, best believe it, push too far, you'll see. The kid just got the dark side, back against the wall. La 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 la. The kid just got the dark side, best believe it's the last trick up his sleeve. The kid just got the dark side, but you don't wanna meet at all. They always picked on him in the class. He would wake up with anxiety attacks, till he put the semi-automatic on his back. He got murder in his eyes. Yeah, he wore silence like a mask. Now he's making up for all the violence in his past. Took it from his father who never bothered to ask what his son had on his mind. Yeah, the kid just got the dark side, best believe it. Push too far, you'll see. The kid just got the dark side, back against the wall. La 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 la. The kid just got the dark side, best believe it's the last trick up his sleeve. The kid just got the dark side that you don't wanna meet at all. The kid just got the yeah. Yeah. The kid just got the dark side. La 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 la. Yeah. He never went to check under his bed. He was living with the monsters in his head. Sick of getting beat up, he listened what they said. Told him do some very bad things. And when the time comes that he counted 10, ain't nobody ever gonna side. The kid discard the dark side, back against the wall. La 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 la. The kid discard the dark side. Best believe it's the last trick up his sleeve. The kid discard the dark side that you don't wanna meet at all. The kid discard the got the dark side. The kid has got the dark side. On fire, my debt is in pay. I'll take myself higher, so I'm feeling okay. Look at me now, I'm done with the chase. I taught myself how, now I'm feeling okay. I taught myself how, now I'm feeling okay. I wanna take my time to make my decisions, change my mind for no damn reason. I'm riding solo, I'm feeling so low. Break me down but I won't be in prison. I hold my ground till my heart stops beating. I'm riding solo, I'm feeling so low. You tell me you need me, you tell me you want me, but you know I'm better off alone. You tell me you need me, you tell me you want me. Now I'm feeling okay. I taught myself how, now I'm feeling okay. I wanna take my time to make my decisions, change my mind for no damn reason. I'm riding solo, I'm feeling so low. Break me down but I won't be in prison. I hold my ground till my heart stops beating. I'm riding solo, I'm feeling so low. Stage is set for my people, yeah. Coming back like a sequel, yeah. So hot, I'm a fever, yeah. Like the white wolf, gonna make you a believer, yeah. I'm running all straight, these are, yeah. seat, trouble with the curb. Lovers in the backseat, singing like a bird. Oh no, take me to the good life. Stranger on the mountain, hanging on your words. Walking in a nightmare, everything is blurred. Oh no, take me to the good times. Don't forget what you told me. I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing. Watching, waiting, my prey is praying. There's no escaping. My blood's pumping. I go 100. The hunter, the hunted. Robbers in the spaceship, crashing through the air. Devils in the details, leopards in your hair. Oh no, I can see the future. Take another picture, drop it on your tongue. Let your body burn down, breathe it in your lungs. Oh no, take me to your leader. Don't forget what you told me. I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing. Watching, waiting, my prey is praying. There's no escaping. My blood's pumping. I go 100. The hunter, the hunted. Take it to the red line, bring it with the force. Bury deep in your mind, soldier in the war. Oh no, you can run, but you can't hide. Watching, waiting, my prey is praying. There's no escaping. My blood's pumping. I go 100. The hunter, the hunted. I'm gonna sit back and watch my flag ascend. I won't talk myself up, I don't need to pretend. You won't see me coming till it's too late again. I'm gonna sit back and watch my flag ascend. My name is thunder, lightning. My name is something very frightening. My name is adrenaline, exciting. You don't believe. My name is thunder, lightning. I'll be showing up uninvited. My name is adrenaline, exciting. If you don't believe, then let me show you. Adrenaline, exciting.
when a node has a level up event, it tells the server, tells one of the managers on our server, and it says, hey, I've reached the requirement necessary to level. And when that message, that notify goes up, the manager then says, awesome, we're going to spawn some system-driven caravans at a nearby starting portal, and we're going to send that caravan off to the node, and that caravan's not destructible, can't be destroyed. It's just a visual appearance, right? And you have this a bit of fanfare with new supplies coming. You see NPCs that are starting to construct, hammer on the buildings. They have supplies that spawn around different areas of the node. And if you're just staring at it, what will happen? If you're outside of the node, you will see an event occur where the node pops into existence, essentially. There'll be some animations and visual effects that are associated with it, and you will see the new facade of the city appear. If you're within the city, you will be teleported to a safe location, likely a respawn area that's near the city, and you'll be able to watch as the caravan approaches the city. It advances in stage. I see that there's a question of what is a world manager. A world manager is a technical term to define a server process that kind of lives alongside the game server. And when the game server needs to do things that it's communicating with other game servers within the grid, it tells that manager, and that manager sends it down to the appropriate server. So that's essentially what a world manager is. Okay. I think this might be our last question. Question number 20. Should I choose 20 or should I choose a good one? 20 might be a good one. In order, yeah, that's true. How many active skills? We kind of already answered this one. How many active skills will we expect to be able to slot? That's really up to kind of, I mean, it's going to be different. It depends. It's going to be based on how you allocate your skill points between passives and actives, and how you might invest in more active skills, because those can have additional investments in them. So it just kind of depends. A rough shot there is going to be around probably 15 to 20-ish, I would say, is where it's going to land. Let me see if I will ask one more question. I'm just going to do a random one here real quick, and this will be our last one. Okay. Okay, this is from Yin Kirby. Question number 31, if you want to bring that up. Will there be any castle sieges in the ocean, coastal nodes, where ships can be involved? And the answer is yes. There is a specific castle and some nodes that are within range of ships. Now, on the node front, the ships really wouldn't be involved directly in the siege assault. However, there will be some nodes that have ownership over certain points of interest, such as harbors. And those points of interest during siege will have some objective-based gameplay that can be interfaced with from a naval's perspective. From a castle perspective, there are certain castles, I believe there's just one, that can be affected and is intended to be affected purely by the Navy. And then when you're on foot and you go into the castle, that's a different story. So that was our last question. I hope that you guys enjoyed the AMA. I know that getting certain questions answered can be a lot of fun, especially when there are some updates. We had some updates here. I'm glad you guys were able to get a definitive profession list. I'm sure that will have a lot of conversation. I know that Margaret and her team are going to be ready to pump out some articles perhaps in the future for that. And that's going to be kind of fun to hear you guys chat about. We'll be doing more of these again in the future, especially after probably Alpha 2. Another thing that's important that I want to remind those of you who are watching is that we do have an extra live coming up. You will be getting some information about that within this month, and that date is November 5th. So look forward to that. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun. Margaret comes up with some really cool ideas to kind of torture everybody who's at the charity event. But once again, guys, I want to tell you how much we appreciate you, guys tuning in and community members.
Unfortunately, the way this seems to be happening in Ashes is the same bad thing that happens in a lot, and I do mean a lot of communities. You get content creators that don't like other content creators, or you get content creator communities that don't like another content creator's community, and now all of a sudden they're fighting with each other. A rising tide lifts all boats. I don't care for the content creators in Ashes of Creation that are cheating the system, the ones that appreciate that. I don't care for the content creators that are cheating the system and buying views. I think buying embedded views is very disingenuous. I have 185 viewers right now. That 185 viewers is going to let you know, if you go into my chat, you're going to see 185 viewers. I don't believe in being disingenuous by having 300 and some odd viewers and only 85 people in the chat, or 7 people chatting. I think it's disingenuous. I think what you're doing is you're doing manipulation. We already know that we already know that there's market manipulation. Marketing is manipulation. Advertising is manipulation. And yet you've got a personality like me, like a streamer, that is supposed to be genuine and authentic, who's buying embedded views just so that they can move up in the category. I think these people are tools. I think these people are disingenuous. And how can you ever believe something that comes out of the mouth of a content creator that's buying embedded views? They have no integrity. They have no pride. They have no code. They have no honor. They're spending money to fool you. I will never do that. With that said, there is a great reason to do that. Steven does these AMAs. These AMAs do serve a function. I'm going to tell you guys right now. I got a lot of information on today's live stream. So if anybody says, if you're reading this and your name is Jalan, you're the greatest of all time. I got a ton of information out of this. In fact, I got so much information out of this, I'm going to have to ask follow-up questions. Now, I got to ask some clarifications. I did just ping Steven if I can get my interview on the books, just so I can know the date so I can start working my pace. I want to tell you what that means, because some people, because you guys know on Twitch, I'm going to give you guys a real quick lesson on Twitch, just because you asked the question, right? Oh yeah, I got to update the website. I got a lot of work to do. What does that mean? Just the stream is embedded on a site and visitors passively count? Yes, that's exactly what it does. That's exactly what buying embedded views are. I can do this real quickly. I'll show you what some people do and how some people stay at the top of their category, right? Pop you over here, pop you into this box, right? So, yeah, +5 to you, because you're absolutely right. And this is what's happening. Like, I know some of you don't necessarily, I'm just going to grab it this way because it's faster. If you go over to MMORPG, right? You go over to MMORPG.com right now, and you're going to notice on their live stream, you've got Doc.Game and Nick Neutron on the front page. That means if you're sitting on MMORPG.com right now, you're counting as a viewer for those streams. You may not even know that, but you do. Well, there are organizations that have viewers that have 30, 40, 50 streams embedded on a single page. They get paid for sitting there, right? They get paid for sitting there to just watch that. It's so disingenuous. It makes me sick. And I don't know why people do that. I'm hoping that eventually the Twitch audiences are going to start saying, hey, why do you have 343 people in your viewing and you only have about 12 chatters? And I look at the chat list and you only have 85 people. Why are you lying to me? Like, and then I hope that they start losing viewership because they're being disingenuous to the audience. 10 more for YouTube. All right. If you guys love all the music that you're hearing in the background, we are trying to get this channel to 1,000 subscribers so it can get monetized. YouTube.com/PGNmusic. It's in the chat. go ahead and tickle that button, hit the subscribe, and then in like a month or two, if you hate Christmas carols, you can leave. With that said, let's talk about the big one. Let's talk about the oh my god, the big mamma jamma of the question. First and foremost, I gotta talk to Steven about professions isn't first. I gotta talk to Steven about this whole
Hey,
idea
Prey.
that they have.
How's it going, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Fine. Relaxing, chilling, having a good time. How about you?
Good. I got sick of EQ2 real quick.
Oh, why so?
I liked it. It was like the way it, like I liked how you progressed, and I liked the world more or less. But it was just nothing but a bunch of shallow fetch quests. It was just totally boring. Like there's like nothing to do that's at all interesting.
Okay.
Like it's just, hey, go kill these 15 snakes. Go kill these 12, wolves. It was over and over. I went to several different areas.
All the same.
Leveled quite a bit. It was just a dead world. Like I'd see like one or two people once in a while.
Oh, the game is not even owned by the company anymore. They closed the server.
Well, I mean, it's owned by a company and they have servers, but
A company is Daydream. Daybreak, yeah.
Yeah.
They're just pretty much salvaging games that died.
Yeah. And but still, I mean, the game, it was just pointless. I'm just like, I don't get, like, at least other games that are, like ESO and stuff has like a story and like interesting stuff, even though it can be kind of redundant as well. If I don't know, if there was a mix between those two, like EQ2 and ESO or something, it might be more interesting, but it was just boring. And two, I would have forgiven the fact that there was almost no one in the world if it had been a good game. So
They would have people in it.
what is this? Login reward. Another turkey statue? How many of those do I have? I guess every Thanksgiving. That's how many. Or every November, I should say.
Yep. Did you hear about the game Ashes of Creation?
We discussed it briefly, but yeah, I've looked into it before. What about it?
Someone broke the news that was quite warning for me.
What's that?
Do you know Lineage 2?
Lineage 2? I know, kinda. I don't really remember what it looks like at all, but I know what you're talking about.
It's it seems to be a full PvP, like with no escape. Like it's PvP
It's
on.
not PvE. It's all just PvP. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just forced PvP. So what? That's what Ashes of Creation is, or what?
Yep.
Well, is
For
there also
now.
PvE content?
It's a replica of Lineage 2 with fresh ideas, but when
I
it
don't really
comes,
know what that means.
what it means is it's new content for the PvE. The PvE is driven is like he's there to, would say, attract players, and the PvP is the core of the system. So everything is about PvP. Whatever you're doing in the game, you're always exposed to, even if you don't want to.
As long as there's good PvE content, I don't mind being forced.
Yeah, but your session or your endeavor will always be interacted with PvP, because every time you will see someone, you never know if they're gonna attack you or just hindered
I'm
your.
fine with that.
Have you ever played a game like that?
Yep, Ultima Online.
And you know how toxic it become.
It wasn't toxic at all. It was a great game back then. But
Mm.
they got rid of that in 2004 or something like that. It was well, they didn't totally get rid of it. They just gave the option to leave that world and go to one that was non PvP, and that's where most people went. But toxic. I mean, I'm sure games get toxic, but I was just saying that Ultima Online back then. That's like the days that most Ultima Online players pine for. That's the days that they want back. Was the forced PvP days.
And how easy was it? No, how populate the game was compared to how easy it was to avoid PvP.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Okay, a comparison between the population versus the possibility to avoid PvP.
The population versus the
Yeah,
possibility. I mean, it was a very populated game. If that's what you're asking.
so it was not
That was at
easy
its
to avoid
heyday.
PvP.
If that depends. I mean, if it depends, I guess it would. But most of the shards were very populated at that time. But when you'd leave town, you were you could be subjected to a player killer at any time, and they could take everything off of your body. So
So
it was very dangerous to go outside town. So it actually, and this is a long time ago. This isn't the internet today.
yeah,
So toxicity today is totally different. Like back then, yeah, there were people that like to kill people, but it was like I don't know like how to explain. Like they could also be reasoned with, or they could just be normal, or like I've talked my way out of getting killed by player killers when I was too weak to fight them, and like
yeah.
and it
But
was just different, and there wasn't
compare
the
that
evil
to
chat
now.
stuff.
What would what would happen with the nowadays people playing release of Ultima Online? How do you think will
Well,
that
I
would
mean,
play out?
now you see that when you go in now to the world where PvP still exists, where it's more or less like it used to be.
Yep.
And because you can go to that world still, and it's mostly just like groups of PvPers that are attacking people rather than before it was like you were a murderer, right? And usually it was one, maybe two of you
Yeah.
that were doing it, kind of like in this game. And then and then now they also have global chat. So I went on the popular shard or server called Atlantic server, and there were people trolling and stuff in the chat and being extremely disruptive and rude. And I'd never seen that because we didn't have a global chat back when I played the most in Ultima Online.
Yep.
And so I think that aspect adds to it being more just I don't want to deal with it. Although right now on Ultima Online, I can't say for sure if when you go to the old world if you can lose your stuff. I don't think you can. I think they still they never went back to that. So like you can be killed, but they can't steal your things. That may or may not be possible. I don't know. But
Okay.
I think it's a different group of people though that play Ultima Online. You know, I don't think the same kind of people play Lineage 2 or this game that you're talking about would be playing Ultima Online. So,
Mhm.
I think a lot of young people kind of make a more toxic environment. What do you think?
So let's say you create an MMO in which, for example, Ashes of Creation, you
Yeah.
probably heard a little bit of what they're doing. Uh,
Yeah, I saw a little bit, and I don't really remember too much, but yeah.
anyway, it's the new game on the block. It
Yeah.
has an Engine 5 on it, so Unreal Engine 5. So
Uh huh.
we're that's a good start, let's say.
Sure.
Um, they're putting a lot of effort in making it as immersive as it can be, and good point for them.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of it, you place high-end content for PVE, high-end craft for PVE, Um, and then you finish that layer with full PvP on, no escape, plus mechanic in which PvP is forces on you, since you will have siege, that you don't have, you can avoid it. Simply, you can just avoid it.
So you can't, or you can avoid it.
You can't, because if you play it, because it's a defense and attack point in which it will upgrade the node you're defending. So let's say you're a bunch of guys playing at node A, and it grows enough to compete with the node B. So the group at B wants to grow further, but they can't because of you. So they will attack A in the hope of stealing your resources and downgrading your nodes so that they can push theirs. So there's a competitiveness in push inside those gameplay. So PvP cannot be avoided in the game since it has a lot of impact for the player. And that's on top of always being on PvP. And if, for example, you got a bunch of guys that are into PvP like mad, and they want A to crumble. And these guys are farmer, for example. All they have to do is grind their face to the point they quit the game. And here it goes. B nodes suddenly has all the power. It's an easy way for them because they have more gameplay probably than the casual PvE that they were playing in CTA, for example. So the idea of gaining from PvP, even if you don't play the game, you just do PvP, you can own the game simply because you harass, grief, and push people to quit the game.
Did you watch the video from the 28th where they talk about griefing and stuff?
I don't remember.
PvP and griefing. It just came out on the 28th. It's one of the sections of their development update, their latest development update.
Oh,
I obviously haven't watched it, but they talk about that for about 15 minutes or more.
so they are installing griefing stuff about it. Okay, let me check that.
Yeah. Do you want me to send you a link?
Oh, sure. If you have it.
Okay, so it starts at about 14:30. It looks like, but here is.
Okay.
There's that.
Let's check it. 14, you said?
14:30.
Okay, let's
It's
start it.
Let's hop
categorized
over
on
to
timeline.
Okay. What the fuck happened? Crashed? Wow.
Yes.
Can you define to us what you mean by griefing when you're talking about it in context here?
That is a good question. So first, I asked Margaret this week to include for our stream today a section to discuss PvP, risk versus reward, and griefing, right? Um, in the live stream, and that's because there's been some healthy discussion within our community and within the MMORPG gaming community at large.
Man, why is it's crashing?
I don't know.
Here.
That is a good question. So first, I asked Margaret this week
And then
to
in like a month or two,
include for our stream today a section to discuss PvP, risk versus reward, and griefing, right? Um, in the live stream, and that's because there's been some healthy discussion within our community and within the MMORPG gaming community at large, about what types of systems players have played in the past that our flagging system might draw inspiration from, what the role of that system played in combating griefing but allowing a sense of risk within the world, and then what is our objective by implementing, let's say, an open world flagging system. And I wanted to have an opportunity to kind of discuss and convey, once again, and I know we've done this in the past, but obviously as development continues, as we provide updates of the development and it garners more attention and more eyes from the MMORPG player base at large, and not necessarily those of you who have been following the project for a long period of time, you're going to get new users and new members of our community who are excited about what they're seeing. And they're going to learn about systems slowly over time. And the one thing I want to make sure that we are very clear about within the Ashes of Creation community is that we are always polite and that we are willing to explain and help direct people to information. There is a wonderful resource out there that's managed and built by Lex, who's one of our great community members, um, who has taken a lot of information, references, resources, and poured it into an Ashes of Creation wiki. And one thing I would recommend to those of you who are new to following the project and excited about the potential of Ashes of Creation, make sure that you engage with our community on Discord, on the forums, on Reddit, and you ask people questions, but also that you take it upon yourself, if you are interested, right, to go to the Ashes Wiki, to go to our website, to go to YouTube and kind of watch and explore and read and take in kind of everything that this game is about and what its philosophy is meant to represent and why the game is being made, right? That's a really good step to take if you want to be an informed,
Are you listening to it?
consumer.
Yep, yep.
Okay. He was talking about the corruption system they have.
What?
Like the system they have in place to mitigate griefing is what he's going on about right now, where I'm at in it. Like there will be some kind of I haven't totally understood what it is yet, but some kind of system that would be negative effect on you to grief somebody.
Oh, I'm not there yet. He's just explaining about
I'll
the
let
wiki.
you listen to it, and I'll just
Yeah.
whatever.
And follower of the game. And of course, if following development is not for you, that's totally fine too, because it's not a journey that's made for everyone. And that's cool. What I want to say about the recent topic of the open world flagging system and PvP and Ashes of Creation is that there's a very strong emphasis for how PvP and risk
You want to go?
are represented within Ashes of Creation, in that it is meaningful, in that it has the ability to catalyze change within the world through both opt-in systems that are designated, timed, and more controlled, to elements in PvP that are more outside of your control. And I think that's where the concern really lies, is when PvP enters the realm of being outside of your control. Now, the reason I believe in player behavior that we have concerns about the ability for others outside of our control and consent to affect our gameplay is because oftentimes in games where that's the case, you run into a state of griefing. And it's often expressed that you can implement systems and rules in such a way where you curtail that level or frequency of griefing, right? But you can't completely eliminate it, that people will find a way. What is it? Life finds a way, right? That I guess essentially griefers are dinosaurs and they just eat you. No, I'm just kidding. Not the case. But what we tried to do, or what I've tried to do, is take a system that I experienced in the past and refine it in such a way where the large portion of griefing that had the potential to occur in previous systems is mitigated even further. And when we think about griefing and we think about what is griefing, griefing isn't necessarily the realization of risk, right? Risk is a healthy thing. Risk makes us value reward. Without risk, we would not pursue certain achievements because anybody could achieve them. Risk makes us have a sense of thrill or have some sense of anxiety, right? And those are all emotional responses that get elicited when risk is present. So risk isn't a bad thing. We like risk. Risk is good not just in PvP, but in PvE as well. When you can't always predict the environment or encounter that you're a part of, risk is something like, I've never seen this boss do that before. Or, these ads came at an ill-placed time. Or there's a trap here that, I didn't experience before. There's a lot of elements that risk introduces that keep gameplay less stale, that keep it more dynamic, that introduce environments where the unexpected can occur. That is a good thing. Now, the question is, when risk becomes something that doesn't stop other players from impacting your gameplay in a negative, harassing, and repetitive manner, that the motivation to
Hey, Zip,
do
I
that
have to run to the
action
store real quick. I'll be back in
Okay, okay.
20 minutes or so.
Yep.
is less about their personal advancement and more about impacting your gameplay, because when they elicit the response of anger or rage from the player, they feel a sense of accomplishment. That, in my opinion, is what griefing is. It is outside of the expectation of the gameplay behavior that's being communicated in the design philosophy, right?
Mhm.
That is that is something that our system is intended to stop, but keeping risk still alive. And there's a fine line there, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to provide for the environment where player actions are unpredictable. And yes, they could impact gameplay, but you want to create a system that deters that player from reaping a reward from griefing. Because when you deter them from that, the occasions in which griefing happens gets mitigated. That becomes very few, very less frequent, that a player is willing to accept loss as an impact for being able to affect another person's gameplay. And the corruption system that's in Ashes of Creation, I believe, will stop that behavior to a significant degree, to the point where it is a very minor, if not at all, experience situation for many players, but the risk is still there, right? And
Yeah.
that's something that requires testing. That's something that requires us in Alpha 2, in the betas, to see how we turn the dials of corruption, that the risk profile of corruption is high enough to reach the level of that deterrent, right? Um, and that's something that we can't really opine on right now. Sometimes creators like to make very emphatic statements like, um, you will not like this system. This system will not be good for you. We don't know that yet, because what we are doing is we're innovating on the systems that have come before by enacting changes to that system which address the shortcomings of previous systems. And we have to playtest that first. It is my expectation that this system will perform very well in keeping risk alive, but significantly curtailing or deterring the ability for players to grief. Because we all agree that griefing isn't good. Griefing's not
Mhm.
fun. That's not the intended game design. And for players who work outside of the system to overly grief and harass other players in a way that is just not intended game design, those are actionable events. Those are potentially CS actionable events, right? You don't want other players just playing to ruin other players' game experience. And so, if that's our intent behind the corruption system, you can be sure that we will refine that system with the many dials possible in corruption to better tune that so we achieve keeping risk but deterring griefing.
And so that was a long
That was a long monologue.
long-winded answer for it, but at least you guys have context to, where we're going when we're talking about griefing. So let's now drag that into when and how will players encounter PvP? Because I think that's been a contentious thing that people have been discussing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So when and how players encounter PvP. The majority of PvP that players will encounter, the vast majority, will be through consensual systems, meaning opt-in systems like sieges, like caravans, like wars, these, or going out into the open sea. These are conscious decisions that players will make, knowing the risk potential, the risk profile, assessing that, and they will opt into those things. But as we discussed with the open world flagging system, there is a possibility that players will contest dungeons or contest raids that you and your friends might be a part of. And that's a decision point to a degree as well, because as I said, most players won't go red. The vast majority of players will not go red given the risk, and not just risk, but what is risk, right? Risk is the potential of failure, the potential of loss, and there's many scales of failure. But going red or gaining corruption not only has risk associated, it also has a cost. And that cost is a defined cost. There's a known value to that cost. You raise your cumulative PK score, which increases the future corruption that you might gain, which dampens skill efficacy in combat when you are corrupt. You gain 4 times the death penalties when dying as red. You can't trade your gear or interact with vendors and NPCs or store gear inside of a storage chest while you're red. So it mitigates the potential you have to potentially safely get rid of that corruption. In addition, you have now the potential to drop equipped items and gears if you are corrupt. So it's almost certainly a negative return on the investment of going corrupt, and as a result, very many players will not engage with the system. But again, it's a fine line between keeping risk there while deterring griefing.
And you covered a bit of this just now, but one of the things that has come up in the discussion about this topic is other games have flagging and corruption systems, but they still have issues with users griefing each other. How is our flagging system and corruption system going to deter that?
Well, in a majority of cases, the experiences that I've had where the corruption system doesn't accurately address the potential for griefing is when the system has essentially failure points where the corrupt players can create a PK alt, right? That has the ability to be logged in or logged out at a location where you're protecting, let's say, the hunting ground, and you have the ability to support the PK alt through healing, and you might not flag by doing so. The alt has the same level of damage output and has no risk of loss there. We address that by having the skill dampening so that that PK alt is ineffective in PvP and doesn't have the ability to kill. You can return fire against a red target and not, go purple so that you're a valid target for PvP. The red targets will have to continue to accrue that negative corruption if they wish to defend themselves. There's a logout timer assigned for players who have corruption that's very significant. And even if they force disconnect their client during that time, it still persists in the world. There's the potential to drop your armor and gear, as we discussed. There's 4 times the death penalties that are accrued through negative experience that's gained, which means that even in the negative experience, it also applies potential skill dampeners and keeps them from accruing normal experience as well. There is an added, these are all things that I've changed in the system that help to safeguard some of those loopholes. Now, of course, as we said, we can't and we don't want to 100% remove the ability for that risk to be alive, for that risk to be realized. But what we do want to do is make sure that those occasions are few and infrequent and are not the majority of a player experience, let's say, in the open world. And we do so by incorporating all of those risks and costs into a decision to gain corruption and PK another player in the open world. It's just not going to be done often. And that is my expectation and opinion. It's also the goal of the system, is that griefing is not a viable option or play style. And as a result of that desire for the system, we will fine tune it in such a way through testing that that outcome is achieved. And that is the intent and purpose of the design.
All right. And then the next part of this is, obviously there are situations where we as developers cannot always make, those changes, or we might not foresee something that players might do to one another. How will we handle targeted harassment that happens in PvP? For instance, like maybe there's a streamer and now they're just being farmed, right? Or whatever that might be. There's many examples of that.
What was the question there? I'm sorry.
How will we handle targeted harassment that happens?
Oh, I see. Targeted harassment.
Yeah.
Again, as I said previously, when a player takes their play experience to the point of harassing another player and doing so on a repetitive basis in order to diminish their play experience, and that is done, it is a breach of what our code of conduct is expected in the game. And it is a ticketable offense, right? If you are following around a streamer or you're following around a player and your intent is to keep them from playing the game or to force them to quit, that is a dirty player mindset. It's a bad player mindset. It's a griefer's mindset. It's not something that's desired in the ecosphere, in the community of Ashes of Creation. And as a result, it is a serviceable customer service situation, right? That is where warnings are given and actions can be taken against the account holder of an individual whose sole purpose is to disrupt and affect negatively the gameplay experience of others. And, risk doesn't mean harassment, torture, right? That's not what risk is. Risk is a healthy thing. Risk, like I said, increases our value of achievement. It increases the value of reward. It feels really good that you were overcoming risk. It doesn't feel good to get griefed. And that's not the object of the system.
Yeah, and on the customer service side, we do plan to have in-game GMs. We do plan to service people in the best way possible, and we will grow our service team as much as we need as our player base grows. Obviously, right now, don't need as many folks in those roles, but as we do grow, that is something that we're very focused on. And
Yeah.
If you haven't seen already how we've been interacting with people on the service side when it comes to like community management and customer service, and so on and so forth, we really do care about people, and people are people, and that's, at the end of the
People.
day, we're all
I like
gamers trying to
that.
play a game, making games, playing games. Like, that is our goal. We're not here to try to hurt or harm people.
I like people are people. People are people.
Well,
We're
because
all
sometimes people think like
No,
we're
I know.
robots and that like we don't care, or like one of the
No,
things that
that's
hurts
crazy.
the most is when people say like developers don't care, and it's like, man, we
What?
pour our hearts and souls into what we do
Yeah,
every
no.
day. So
I think our community is great at understanding that. I mean, we've obviously fostered an incredible rapport with you guys, and we're extremely appreciative of the feedback and engagement that you provide us. It's very meaningful in the development and iteration process for Ashes of Creation. I wanna leave this subject on a parting note.
yeah, go for it.
It's important to remember that the identity of what Ashes of Creation's core philosophical tenet is risk versus reward. And what that means is, why we will refine systems, we will iterate on systems, but we will never change the core identity of the intent and philosophical approach to what Ashes of Creation as an MMO brings to the MMO genre space that is not currently represented, or that has been a while since a game has represented it. And while the discussion is healthy and we want to make sure that we are relaying accurate and informed opinions to the broader community who might be less involved in following Ashes of Creation, We don't want to make assumptions. We don't want to relay information that's not accurate. We don't want to relay that intent that's not accurate. What we want to do is express that Ashes of Creation is endeavoring to build a risk versus reward centric PVX style game. And that intent and purpose will be delivered upon, and it will not change. We will fine tune, we will test, we will ensure that we reach the goals of the intent of these systems, but that core philosophy will stay the same. And with that,
All
I
right.
think we might have some videos to show.
Yeah, let's move on to our gathering update.
Yay!
Yay. Yay. So first and foremost, let's kind of preface this video. We have a couple videos, so do you want to do, let's do the first one first. So like if you want to.
Yeah. So first thing you're going to be seeing right now on screen is the last time you saw a gathering update was last year after Alpha 1 or during Alpha 1. So August, September timeframe. And in that time, there has been some changes with regards to the intent and purpose of the gathering and harvesting systems within the game. This is the biggest thing you will notice in this upcoming video that we're going to show you with that update is the visuals of harvesting, of gathering. Previously in games that I've played, when you chop a tree down, that tree falls and its branches go through the ground and then it disappears, or you mine a rock and the rock kind of disappears, and you do these different things, and visually it's kind of been lackluster, but it's a tried, tested, true kind of, people probably don't pay too much attention to it. What we're creating with Ashes of Creation is very much, you guys know this, a passion project. It is a painting to lovers of the MMO genre, and as a result, we are going a little bit extra in the visuals, in the visuals of gathering, and it's all to the point of creating a very immersive environment. So that's the first big noticeable thing you're going to see. The second is going to be the information behind some of the system changes that have occurred within Ashes of Creation, and what is available and what is gatherable. Now, before you watch this video, keep in mind where gathering was last year and how it's changed this year visually. So you have that video as a reference piece that you're seeing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you're about to see the changes here. But I want to preface this point. This is before Alpha 2. This is still a work in progress. That includes visual effects, that includes the environment, that includes the UI, and it includes the sound design. So all of those things are works in progress, and you'll see the night and day difference between last year and this year. And I want you, as you're watching, to extrapolate how work in progress will move even further beyond this point after Alpha 2. But I think you guys are going to be impressed and happy with the video and visual changes. And I want to make sure that you listen carefully and take into account some of the questions we ask you guys. And when you go and you make comments and you give feedback, that you take into account what those questions are and you answer them very specifically. And then the last thing I want to say on this video is that, shoot, I forgot the last thing I was going to ask on it. Maybe I'll think of it while you guys are watching.
Okay. All right. We ready to go?
We're ready. We'll see you guys in 30 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another glorious live stream day. I'm super excited to be with you guys, show you what we've been working on, and I have the absolute privilege of being joined by two of our stellar developers helping bring the world of Vera to life for all of us. One of our glorious designers, Mr. Corey. How are you doing, Corey?
I'm doing great. Super excited to be here.
Excited to have you here. I'm excited to go through with the community and get some awesome feedback on the changes that have happened since Alpha 1 last year to a lot of our resource systems, to the economy as a whole. And I know that you and the other designers have been working hard, looking at the feedback that players have given from recent games they played, and thinking about how, with further details along some of our systems like land management and how they've influenced some of these changes since Alpha 1. And we are also joined by one of our absolutely phenomenal senior gameplay engineers, Mr. Alex. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty well. Excited to be here.
Excited to have you as well, because, of course, the magic lives in the code. And you have done an awesome job in helping design, bring to life the desires that they have for this system. And we're going to get into, I think, some fun discussion about what it took to make some of this stuff possible. So, as some of you out in the community may already be aware, this live stream, this demonstration is going to be about our gathering and harvesting systems. And, you know, while we are hard at work in getting things ready for Alpha 2, there have been some significant changes in the direction of how we're approaching general harvestables within the world. And we want to be able to obviously show you guys that. I think, you know, right now we're recording this on Thursday, so this is pre-recorded. Tomorrow is a live stream day. I've asked the community team to prepare some of the older references from Alpha 1 and what gathering looked like there. And of course, you guys knew that, you know, in development, we're always showing you guys works in progress, and those works in progress change over time. And now you guys are going to get an opportunity to see where it's at now. You likely just saw an example of where it was last year. And I think you are going to be pleasantly surprised and excited to see some of these changes. Where do you guys think we should start first? Alex, Corey?
Well, I think we should lop down one of those trees.
I think so, though.
Okay, so my first question, Corey. Do I have to pick a specific tree, or can I chop down any of these trees?
You can chop down any tree you want. Just pick one that you like and just take that lumber.
Oh my goodness. All right. So that is probably the first major reveal, is that in Ashes of Creation, we have now expanded the resource gathering system to include a great many of what the world is showing you of these resources. So when you see a tree, you can chop a tree. If you see a rock, you can mine a rock. And before we actually chop this tree down, I want to tell you that I have played a lot of MMOs. I've played a lot of games. And I don't think I have ever seen a tree fall to this high of a visual fidelity standard before. And let me just chop this down, and then we can talk about what it took to get here. All right? Does this tree look good? Should we chop this one down? How's the angle here? We're going to get a nice view from this angle? Okay, all right, let's just chop it.
I love the new UI.
Oh, I know. And the sound. Get ready. It's happening. Oh my gosh. Look at the dust kick up. Look at the canopy of the tree get impacted and when it falls. Wait, that's not all. As it dissolves, it comes back and it grows. And of course, we are speeding up this growth stage, right, Alex?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
So we're speeding this up now to give you guys an idea of how these assets regrow in the world. And Alex, talk to me a little bit about what it took to get that physics-based collision actually working like that, because that was impressive.
Oh, let me just begin with the amount of feasibility reviews we had to go through in order to achieve this.
I remember when I first talked to you about having the canopy get rigged and and actually have that physics component. I think your eyes grew like 50% wider.
Physics is a wild beast. It's very hard to tame, especially in MMOs.
Yeah, absolutely. So what exactly did it take to make that canopy fold like that?
Basically what happens is when you chop down a tree, we swap out the static mesh, which you see in front of you, to a skeletal mesh, which then we simulate physics and apply force to the direction we want the tree to fall. And when the tree falls down, we have colliders on tree branches that impact the ground, and as that impacts the ground, it also impacts the stem of the tree, and making this effect that you just saw.
I mean, it looks great. Honestly, I mean, have you guys ever played an MMO with that type of tree visual falling?
I don't know, not really.
Definitely not.
Usually it's just mostly animations, or it just converts straight into lumber and then it just drops.
Yeah, what I'm accustomed to is like just watching the branches kind of, intersect through the ground, after it falls, and then it just disappears. But of course, as you guys know, in building Ashes, we're really aiming for a very high visual fidelity bar. And I think this type of system really complements that goal. It's incredibly immersive. And it feels good. Now, of course, this stuff is all a work in progress still, right? This is going to land. Let's see that physics. Okay. That's not bad. That's pretty good.
This is where I was telling you about taming the physics.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that felt pretty good. Now, of course, there's a lot that goes into making a world that's filled with this amount of resources that can be gathered. Corey, talk to me a little bit about what this change in really widening up the amount of resources and changing those classifications to general resources that are harvestable. What does that look like from an economy design perspective?
Well, I mean, it allows us to leverage some of our other systems. One of our previous live streams was about seasons, right? And the changes that could come from seasons, yes. What could be growing, what could be dropping in this season versus another one, right? The change to have everything that you see gatherable kind of allows us to attach the changes that you see during the seasons to all the gatherables that you see. So the information that you learn from season to season and about each gatherable will be valuable to you as a gatherer.
Right.
And
yeah, absolutely. And then the other thing is, when we talk about, like, for example, looking at this rock here, I don't know what that rock is before I actually complete the harvest. But after I complete the harvest, I see that I collected basalt in the bottom right-hand corner. Talk to me a little bit about kind of that decision and what that means.
Yeah, totally. So there's a bunch of different things in Ashes that will be gatherable, right? We have plants and trees and rocks and fish and that animals and creatures that can be tamed, right? And we're thinking to reach the visual fidelity bar and to have things a little bit more rooted in what we know, is that it wouldn't really make sense for you to just see gold all over the world the same way that you would plants and trees. So we wanted to get feedback on what players think about some of the different gatherable types having kind of different things that you would have to know and expect from them. So rocks are a good example of this, where you can see a rock, but until you crack that thing open, you don't know if it's full of stone, crystals, rubies, gold. So we wanted to try that out with some of our gatherables to have players have to open this thing up. And that's not to say that players won't stumble on a nice lode or vein or geode of gold. But most of the stuff that they would find in the world, unless they look hard enough, would require them to crack that stone open.
Right. And of course, there are additional systems, some that we haven't really gone into too much detail on, but as an example, surveying can play a key role in helping players to identify locations of rare resources within an area. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Talk to me a little bit about surveying.
Yeah, so surveying is a way that players can check out an area for resources. So players can learn where resources are that are static and that grow back in the same location. But we'll also have resources in Ashes that can spawn anywhere. So surveying will help players locate those resources. So if they're looking for something specific, they can hunt them down. Surveying will also allow players to uncover hidden resources that players wouldn't be able to see with their naked eye. Another thing that surveying would provide is some of the information that we were talking about before, right? Like for instance, if you survey and inside of your survey area, there's plants. You might learn when that plant, what season that plant likes to grow in. You might learn whether it likes to be watered during the winter versus how it likes to be watered in the summer. You might learn.
I see that the interior of this rock now has ore in it.
Yeah, see, you found one with some iron. So not all those rocks are just slabs of basalt. You might find some iron, maybe some gold, maybe some copper. We'll see.
Oh, that is super cool. This one was also iron. Very nice.
It looks like you found a little iron deposit there.
And so when players interact with the survey system, talk to me a little bit about what that interaction looks like. What exactly does the survey gameplay layer feel like?
Yeah, so you'd work with a surveying tool, and you set the surveying tool down, and that tool would have a specific area in which it's able to uncover and extract information about the resources that are in the area. So, as a starting out gatherer, you might end up with one of the tools, right? But as you progress and become more proficient with using the tool, you might be able to set up additional pylons and extend the area of your survey.
More pylons.
Yes, pylons. So, right, and so that allows you to start kind of making shapes and having more strategic areas that you're surveying, right? If you could connect multiple pylons to create a shape, maybe you could follow the twisting caverns of a cave. Maybe if you're out in the open like we are here, you could just try and make yourself a nice widened shape to scan as much of the area as possible. So it'll be up to the player to be tricky with their surveying tool to try and get the most efficiency out of their survey.
Okay, I would like to point out one thing, is that are these apple bushes? I'm collecting apples, and they're like from a bush.
They are from a bush.
That is awesome.
Hey, this is Vera.
I know. This is Vera. There are apples that grow on bushes. So the survey system, I think, is one that's really cool because it also all is a part of this kind of cohesive land management system, right? Is that resources spawn at a set rate, and that rate can be influenced by how other players are interfacing with the resource system within a given area. And if there is a high traffic and a high volume of interaction that is yielding these general resources or more specific and bespoke resources, then that can have a deleterious effect on the land management score of the area. And how does that affect the resource spawn?
Yeah, it could be positive or negative or both simultaneously. So the land health value, right, ties into the health of a specific ecosystem, and the ecosystem can kind of scale with different segment sizes of the world, or the world itself, a biome, maybe a node, maybe a player's freehold. And the things that a player does in those areas will contribute to health in a positive or negative way. So, doing something like rotating your crops might increase the health of the land, because that's considered something good to do. And maybe apprehending or removing poachers that are overhunting a certain species could be helpful to the health of the land. Maybe the mayor puts out a request for players to try and get rid of invasive species that are plants. Maybe they're overgrowing weed, and it's stopping other valuable
weed?
plants from growing. Yes.
Nice.
And yeah, so every action would feed into to a positive thing in one area for the health of the land, but it could also have repercussions at another, right? If you overhunt predators, the prey have no predators picking them off. So the spawn rates of those those rabbits that the wolves usually take care of could go up. And maybe if you overhunt the rabbits, the wolves want to find another place to go. So the ecosystem health and land health system allows us to really root players into the world and learn about their surroundings, learn about what repercussions their actions have, and work together to work within and manipulate that system.
Right, are you telling me if my land management is poor and I cut down all the trees, my land will just be barren for like long periods of time?
Ooh.
Yeah, it could definitely extend the amount of time that it would take for what you want to grow back.
Oh, that's cool.
That is pretty cool. And that is another component of how player activity or actions within the world have a visible and
Hey, what's up?
systemic effect.
So what did you learn about Ash's creation?
That it would need to be experimented, and that we don't have any certainty about how they're gonna handle it.
Yeah. And we'll see. Maybe it'll get better. I don't know.
It seems like the intention is prevent it to a degree that it becomes grief.
Yeah.
And he seems to know what's the angle for exploiting certain system. So to a certain extent, he seems to have a lot of knowledge about the problem and issues.
Yeah.
So, hopefully. But I think there will be an easy way to avoid PvP in the game, since the game is an open world, and the space in it is large, that it's gonna be easy to avoid PvP, or at least the toxic PvP.
Yeah.
I might be wrong. Anyway, it's not gonna prevent me from testing the game.
on that world's economy. And that helps to simulate the ebb and flow of supply chains, of the prevalence in the locality
come here.
of certain resources being depleted, and having extended periods of time where the players go without that, and that can spur the need for transiting materials across the world, right?
Exactly.
That is pretty cool.
So you're saying I'm gonna have to travel to other nodes and steal their lumber?
Well, now that's a decision you need to make.
If you need any help with that,
Yes.
you can recruit me.
So I see here that we have a particular type of flower that I believe only spawns in winter. Is that right?
Yeah, totally. This is the gloomy pros, and it's a beautiful flower, but it can only be found in winter. So,
Oh,
and
I love the I love the effect that that flower just got wrecked.
yeah, that sickle's doing work.
I know. Let me see if we can watch that flower regrow here. Does it regrow? Flower.
Of course.
Yeah, it definitely should.
Are you coming back, little flower? Oh, there it is. We found it. Oh, and it's in a bulb state. I can't interact with it yet. That is so cool.
It's not ready. You want the petals, so.
Oh yeah, and then actually to add to this, each state has its own physics profile. Like you saw trees, like you saw the flowers right here, and some profiles might not have any collision, and some might have. So for example, as for trees, sapling stage requires no collision, but the young stage will have a collision which you no longer can go through.
Oh, that is pretty cool. Now, Slurpee, Slurpee is his gamer tag. Alex, talk to me a little bit about what you had to do to kind of make all of this performant, right? When you're creating an environment with so many of these terrain actors, these foliage actors being interactable, that can have some potential performance issues. How did you go about addressing that?
Yeah, you're correct. This is a very difficult task, and luckily for us in Real 4 and Real 5 provide tools for environment artists called foliage tool, where you can just paint like trees, paint flowers, paint rocks, like everything you see, and it's very, very performant because artists paint thousands of them, right? And to make the world very immersive, to make world believable. So what we've done is we basically used the same system and introduced a few states. And the main point of that was to make it as seamless as possible for environment art to place those assets in the world, and design being able to modify those data points to make it transitions between states.
That's pretty cool. And obviously, when you have potentially hundreds of different players that might be within close proximity as you, and they're all in this environment interacting with those different elements of the terrain, those different resources and gatherables, this is a nice way for us to ensure that performance is still good.
Correct. I think the biggest thing would be here also networking, is being able to have as less data as possible to send to the clients, so it's more performant on the server.
That's cool. One other thing I want to talk about is you will see here, and I want to show you guys this, that when you chop down this tree, previously you had seen it kick up dust that was relevant for the season and the area, and now what happens when we chop this tree down in winter? Let us see.
I hope it doesn't hit the deer.
Oh, that would be unfortunate. I also hope it doesn't hit. Okay, we're good. You're good, deer. Don't you worry. It kicks up snow. What is that? Is that a sandal? Is that a sandal scarecrow?
Looks like it.
Oh, it's a
Yeah,
sandal
definitely.
scarecrow. Oh, and we're in the face.
I think there was a collision of a skeleton mesh that you're wearing. I can't read.
That was cool. This is awesome. Oh, I love that. That is so cool. Little sandal scarecrow. Oh, and it's growing back. Yeah, that is super cool. So there are really two main points of player feedback from this demonstration that I want you guys in the community to think about when you are talking about what you saw today. The first one is, how do you guys feel about the change that is incorporating a much higher amount of gatherables in the environment, right? Now, obviously, like I said, these are general resources that are primarily geared towards construction and development of nodes, the transit of materials across the world through caravans.
Which one? Age of what?
Conan.
Uh, is it the first iteration or the second one?
I don't know what that means. I have no
One is an MMO, the other one is a survival game.
That's a different game. That's called Conan Exiles.
Oh,
It's
okay.
called Age of Conan.
Okay, Age of Conan,
Yeah,
yes, I
MMO.
did.
Yeah.
I played the release. Yep. It was a.
Wondering if it's
I did like it, but we didn't play much since I was following my team. So my guild just left quite early. Probably because they
I was
screwed
trying to
up
check it
something.
out to see if it's interesting at all. I played it for like a half hour earlier, but
It has some kind of a combo system in the gameplay,
yeah. Whoa, what's that?
and I don't remember much after that. Has a lot of PvP. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
I didn't even know that it was still live.
Is it still live?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Who is owning the game?
I don't know. It says here. Oh, Funcom.
Hmm.
Well, they're the same ones that do Conan Exiles, aren't they? Funcom?
I don't know. Didn't pay much attention to it. I played it in like it was what late 2000, I think, and never played again.
Well, my character is dressed like a hussy, so
What is a hussy?
like a floozy, like a loose woman.
Oh,
It's just an old-timey word for a slut. Facetiously said. If you say it today.
Sliciously?
Facetiously, like meaning that I'm not being serious and being silly when I say the word. Like it's no one would use the word hussy or floozy like seriously in conversation unless
Oh.
they're like 90 years old.
Ouch.
So yeah, it's like it's just yeah. Like, you know, because if you say something like a slut or a whore, it can kind of sound like you're being very
Offensive.
judgy and offensive. So it's like if you say floozy or hussy, and people laugh when you say it. And the terms I use to describe it to loose woman is also really ridiculous. No one says that.
A loose woman?
Yeah. She's a loose woman or a lady of the night. You know, like
Just with loose women? You
yeah.
get the idea.
Everyone gets
And
that.
the funniest thing is, like, as a loose woman, it's loose too. So you play the
I
word.
prefer my women like my waistband loose.
What?
I don't know. I was trying to come up with a. There's like a thing that you can say like I like my men like I like my coffee black. You know, things like that. You can say that.
Oh yeah. Okay. But
The heck?
normally guys will prefer
My.
tight women. No?
Well, loose. When you say a loose woman, you're not referring to the her vagina.
Yes, I know, but that's why it's so funny. It's because you can refer to if you want it.
Well, you wouldn't say loose woman though, because loose woman specifically means a slut.
Yeah, but on top of it, it has a double meaning on it. No?
No, you would never.
Yes, I
You
know,
you
but you can't pretend to.
Yeah, but then yeah. I mean, you could also say she's loose and so is her, my vagina. You're streaming. I don't want to sound gross. But and that's because she's loose, kind of thing. Like it's but
It seems
that
that
would
it
I would
implied
imagine
that.
that would be like like you've seen Les Miserables.
Nope.
Oh, well, you've read the book?
Nope.
Oh,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Les Miserables?
Never heard of that word.
You've never heard of Les Miserables?
Oh! Ouch. Okay. Yeah. Now I know.
Yeah. So,
No, I
like,
never
the
read or
prostitutes,
saw it, but I know it's
like
important piece.
they're just the most like usually just it's just like the most bottom of the barrel prostitute like imagery because they're like sick and poor and dirty.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I
Like if
get
you
it.
were to imagine prostitutes on the streets of Paris in the 1800s, like they wouldn't be that.
Yeah.
That's a super loose one.
Yeah.
Mm. I'm
Mm-mm.
surprised you never read it. Like even in high school here, they make us read it.
Nope, they didn't. Or if they did, I made sure not to read it.
Yeah, it is a long book.
Oh, and I don't even like the style. I wouldn't even read today's in age. Oh man. And it's too late. Oh, I was lucky.
I went to the wrong part of town in this game and got clobbered by a gang of NPCs that were way beyond my level.
In Age of Conan.
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't even realize I could do that. Run through town and suddenly be killed by a bunch of NPCs.
Remember it. The graphic on this game isn't that great either.
Well, it's an old ass game.
I know, but even for the time, it was not great. You have World of Warcraft that was doing way better by the standard.
I'm sure that was a much bigger developer. Blizzard. Company.
Probably. I don't know.
It definitely was. There's no probably about it. Blizzard was like the biggest game company in the world when they came out with World of Warcraft, next to like EA and stuff. But I mean, of course now Activision owns Blizzard. But
Yeah.
they had
No wonder. They screwed up so hard.
yeah, and God, I'm afraid to even walk around here. What am I supposed to do? I'm gonna get killed.
Die. That's the theme in this
Look
game.
at those assholes over there, just standing there waiting to make me look like a fool.
Oh,
Maybe
dude, I checked the Unity store for assets for the game. And there's such a good stuff there. Oh,
Really?
oh yeah.
So now you know all the potential of what they'll add.
No. We know what they could. They
Yeah.
won't. Wait, they way too much work.
Oh, maybe I should go up here. Maybe I can avoid them going this way.
I don't have that much expectation from the team. Seems like they're tired. Oh, if they do, wow, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. But still, it's what I was looking at. The asset I was looking was for VFX,
For what?
VFX, visual effect,
Yeah.
and like spell animation, all about those things that I do love, particle effect, and would be fun to exploit. You know what? If I was a programmer, I would probably be really tempted by that. The concept of Unity, building a game out of Unity, geez, it's
Yeah.
really tempting.
Well, too, it's funny that people haven't taken this client and made it into like a free server or like a player server. Is
Huh?
that's not possible? Or
What? Sorry, repeat?
I'm just wondering, like like no one's ever taken this game and made it into a public server on Shroud. Like
Oh, you
I
mean,
could,
uh, okay, you mean like emulation.
yeah. Well, like they have the free servers for EverQuest, like the one you sent me, the
Yep.
Project 99. And
But there's no population on Shroud. So
I
who's
I
gonna play it?
I would uh I would definitely join anyone because I think it would only be better if regular people had control over it. I think it would
How so?
uh because they wouldn't just be they could make the rules however they want. They could change, they could add assets and stuff and change it. And I mean, just the same reason that any other game that's run by players can, in some people's opinions, are better. Like Ultima Online, for instance, a lot of people refuse to play the official game anymore. Like they only play the free servers. Um, and I don't agree with that in every case, but there is a place for it. Um, like actually, the free servers in Ultima Online, I think some of the more popular ones have even more players than the official servers.
Wow.
But what would you? Let's say you were in charge right now. What is the first thing you would change in Shroud?
The cash up.
What do you mean? What would you do?
I would I would make it possible harder to get, but possible to get. Way harder to get. Because the idea is to make money. So let's not get rid of that. It's your income. So you have to get the money somehow. But you offer the possibility of people that has money to get it, and the people that don't have the money but have the time to get it. And those that don't have neither of them, it's gonna be a time issues in which just keep playing and you will get it. So everything that is inside the cash shop has to be accessible.
Yeah.
In a way, the same way it is in Warframe. But what else could be changed? I don't know. Maybe the idea that were framed out by you and Mondrevis in making the PvE more engaging.
Yeah, with like more quests and things like that. Like just that kind of control alone would make it worth it. As I mean,
I
even if
would
there are only a handful of people, like you, if like you, me, and Madridis or something, sometimes play like, and then like a couple other people at a time, like even that amount would make it worth trying. I'm not saying abandon Shroud of the Avatar and go to that, but it might be worth checking. Maybe it would grow, but I don't think it's gonna happen. But just saying.
But if I go, if for example, if we do that, then we will be sued by the franchise. So there's no point. It would have to be. We would need to buy a franchise, or we would have to be allowed to exploit a franchise. That's never gonna
There's
happen.
a huge amount of games that people do it on and are not supposed to.
Yeah, but that's illegal, and my moral won't allow that because I don't steal. Oh, that's not even a question.
Right, princess, calm down.
Sadly, I would love to
Where am I
though.
going? Am I going next? Sure. Wait a minute. No. Hold on. Okay. When is... All right. Well, I guess I'll go there. I'm not sure about this game. You know, one game that I like that sometimes bounce back to is Lord of the Rings Online.
I played the first, but I didn't play long.
Mm,
Was It felt like anything else. As
yeah.
it just the theme was interesting, but the content was just so like the usual.
Yeah.
I never realized it though that what they were doing is just let's do an MMO with the franchise so that we're gonna exploit everyone that has emotion connected to. So Star Wars, Lord of the Ring, and all the good movies that went out or has expectation to, they made a movie out of it. They made a game out of it. Exploit, and that was just bad.
Hmm. Yeah.
What would you do if you were to have a server for Shroud?
Nah, the same. Like just the quest stuff and change the. I mean, and then maybe like make go back to some of the original rules, like where you had to go through the passes, and I would make things a little harder in a lot of those. The early, because a lot of the zones, the best zones are like the earlier zones. They're just too easy. So I would just increase difficulty in those areas, and then I would probably get bored of it really quickly and quit. So
But how about choosing the level in which you come in?
I don't know.
You adjust the difficulty of it, and everything is synced too. So let's say you have a zone that is tier 1, you can have it in tier 16, 18, 19, whatever the level you want.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing it does is it scales the difficulty to handle it.
Mm-hmm.
In which, if you want to play in a scene, you're not stopped by, oh yeah, but it doesn't give me the resources I want. It doesn't give me the XP that I need, so I won't go there. So that scene is just done for. So much effort was put in for pretty much nothing. What's the point of doing a zone if no one's go there?
Well, there's about 90% of the zones no one goes to in this game.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's what they did. And then they keep adding new zones that are neat and cool and everything, but they're too low. Like Mondrebus was talking about. Like tier 8 are really popular. Like I can go to tier 8 and just cough my way through it and kill everything. So
I can do the same, and I'm way below you. I won't cut
mean,
as easy, but
that's what I'm saying though. Is like end game content here is like look at how
absent.
quickly you got to it, and you're beyond it. Now, yeah, going there are challenges of places, you know,
But the
Mercury,
challenge
Extreme,
is
or whatever.
always about solo, not about group. I don't have challenge with groups.
Well, there, you know, like yeah, not if you're in a good, if you're in a bad group, it can be a challenge. But yeah, assuming you're in a group that knows what they're doing, like you go to Mercur, Extreme, or whatever, and it's it. Now there's places that have harder mobs, but that's like more close quarters, and it's easier to kind of like get overwhelmed there than it is say at airship.
Yeah.
But if you're in a good group, yeah, there will be no problem.
Hmm.
Because a bunch of people high level, and it's like,
Easy peasy.
so in some ways, it's like there's too many easy zones, but on the top of it too, there are zones that are just very difficult to solo too. Like going deep into Mercur on Extreme is very very difficult because like just the time it takes sometimes to kill the giant amount of things coming at you, they start to spawn up again before like right after you kill them.
Yeah.
So you have to
But
keep fighting the lower level things,
as I
and that can
said,
be a pain.
it's about the solo experience. Solo experience, you have challenge for a certain amount of time, but not for groups, right?
Well, yeah, but I just think that their solo content is really uninteresting as well. It's not, again, like all the new stuff they're adding, like that isn't a challenge for groups or solo, you know?
Which one?
Like
McLean?
all the like the new areas, all the tier 8 areas in Mistrinder or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Like there's I think the most challenging one of the most challenging spots they added was Jotungrund or whatever it's called, the frozen place, because of the troll. Only because of the troll. But otherwise you can go there by yourself and do stuff. But then of course you get to the question too, like, oh, there's no point in going like by yourself or with a group. Unless you're just gonna go fight the troll. But then how much benefit do you get fighting the troll as a group? Like it's pretty slim.
Hmm. And even so, because it's a tier 8, you probably can manage once you get high enough, right?
I don't what tier is Jotungrund or whatever it's called.
Oh, I don't know.
I think it's higher than 8, but it's
Okay.
not much. It's not too much higher. I could be wrong though. I don't remember. But again, like Mandreva's point being artifacts being gone, like the point of most artifacts being useless makes it like why would I go there in farm areas anymore? You know, like they're just I'm not gonna be able to sell the stuff, and I can just get a crafted item better. Um, of course, if you're newer and you just don't have the funds or like the know-how, like it can be maybe that's kind of motivating for you, but then I don't know. Like if you're newer and you're gonna go to like let's say Tartarus level 2 where the Wisp Room is, and you can get the Savage Sash of Swiftness. It drops it's very low drop rate. But it would be hard for a new person to handle that room. Not that there's anything all that horrible in it, it just gets overwhelming.
Yeah.
And then there's the death metal slime that pops up. But and he you can kill him, but he does hit hard though.
Yeah, I went with my tame, and the tame get hit pretty hard, and oh, I'm melting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as a group too, also extreme Spindleskog is you'll have more people dying than you will at airship, you know, things like that. Even though it's a lower, it's not quite as hard.
Because
Because those things hit hard. Shadow beasts, they will just suddenly hit you and drain nearly all your life.
wow.
So it's like real quick. Like you're like, oh, this is going great. You'll be there by yourself on like normal or hard, and you'll be like, oh, this is going all right. And then suddenly your pet's like dead, just like that. Like you don't
What?
expect it. And or it's like almost dead or whatever, and you're like, oh fuck, now you're trying to catch up on healing him, and so and then as a group though, you're probably gonna be fine, right? But then, yeah, that could happen too if someone's not paying attention. I mean, and you know, people can die if no, people aren't paying attention anywhere, but that place it just seems really fast. And but two, what is the only point I go there is to get shadow essence so that I can make shadow form potions.
What does Shadow Form Potion?
It has a big increase on your dexterity
And the shield, what does he?
Oh, the other
Shadow
I don't
Shield?
remember. I mean I know I can make it, but I don't remember the effects.
Oh.
I can't think of what it is, but I can actually tell you though. Let's see. Shadow Shield potion. All right. Don't know. Can't find it online.
Yeah.
Resources kind of suck sometimes online. It's funny because they got a wiki and like, but I feel like people rarely update it, especially in the last couple of years. And I don't know. This game seems kind of cool, but I'm not really sure. I'm not sold on it yet.
Age of Conan?
Yeah, Age of Conan. I remember my cousin Melissa and her husband used to play this all the time back in the day. Oh, completed the quest.
If it was not for the feature on how Final Fantasy 14 was, I would probably play this game again.
What is it that you don't like about that one?
All about the bunnies and tiny midgets.
I'm sorry. Like
It's so
like the cuteness factor of it.
yeah, that it's just out of bound. I'm not used to that. I prefer a more realistic way.
Yeah.
So World of
There
Warcraft,
are a lot of Japanese ones, yeah.
yeah, and even Chinese. Oh yeah, all the Asian style. Just don't get it.
It's very anime geared, where it's
Yeah, exactly.
or buxom huge breasts or
Yeah.
like that whole it's like I don't or like dressed like schoolgirls. Like I'm like I'm not into it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. I was playing Racing Force Online, and the guy argued it was cool to play a guy because the guy has beard that was so insane to look at. But if you were looking at girls, it was just thong and bikinis. So yeah, but
I know, man, and I was like, I don't remember what game it was, but
jeez,
I was like,
sorry,
all
but
the women, like some of the women have like some of like one of the games that you like you can only be a woman in that class and stuff. And so I was like, okay, that's fine. But then they're just like porn stars.
Pretty
like,
much.
They just look like porn stars.
Yep.
And but Final Fantasy 14, I tried playing it twice. And now that one I might have played more if it were free to play, but you have to pay monthly. It's like I don't want to pay $15 per month if it's got certain issues. Like I play Shroud because I elect to pay $9 per month. I don't have to. And they have problems, but it's like if I was paying what I pay for Final Fantasy 14, though, I'd expect more, and so that's probably mainly why I didn't give it much of a chance. I didn't want to keep.
Oh, frankly, it's the best MMO you can ever play. This moment.
I don't know. I never felt that when I was playing it.
Do you like endgame? Do you like playing a competitive endgame? Like
Not
hard
really.
mechanic and stuff like that?
Well, I don't. I mean, I don't. I guess I don't know.
It's
Maybe it's a
challenging
fun
in
game.
which that you need to know the choreography for it, and if you don't handle it properly, and you're like eight player from the eighth that are playing the game, at least 7 has to nail it. So that's how
I mean,
massive.
that alone isn't nearly enough for me to be interested. I
Oh,
mean, I would want it to be an actually interesting game as well, besides just the mechanics of playing.
in which it's hard to say what would please you.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I would say their housing is probably an okay compared to Shroud being like probably the reference. I would say probably, I don't know, 6, 7. So it's on the decent side.
Mm-hmm.
But it's purely social and it's not that easy to find. No, yeah. Anyway, it has its flaws, and I'm guessing it's probably like an okay housing. The PVE rating endgame is the best. The quest in it is probably on the top end.
Why would quests be in the top? And like when the quests, I now granted I didn't get to endgame, but um the quests I found to be really not interesting. Like I just felt like I was playing any MMO.
Um, so in terms of quest compared to others, what they do
Uh-huh.
best is the story is engaging in um, that you are a part of a movie in which your part is scripted to a certain extent, but not completely, and um, it's a good movie. It's a good movie to read and listen to. So it's not an easy cheesy storyline. It has a lot of animation in the
When does
same.
that start? Because I didn't feel that way when I played the earlier, like the first
I
20
would
levels.
say that it start to kick in quite hard when you reach 35 plus.
Okay. So,
Before that, it's like, well, yeah, you pretty much burn them up to 35, and then you start having some enemies. But when you hit 50, now you get into the hardcore stuff. Like you will be doing raids with theme in it, um, and raids are real raids. They are story raids, so they're easy to do. But still, if you don't do the mechanic, you will just get killed to a certain extent. At the
and the
beginning, it would happen.
me too. Like I highly prefer solo play. I
Yeah.
don't like group play. So, occasionally I like group play, but mostly solo, rather than most people who like mostly group and sometimes solo. So I'm someone who like if the game doesn't stand alone as itself as something that I can enjoy playing solo, then I don't usually play it.
Oh, you. The first of all, the star in the game do have some stuff in it, but the best stuff will be inside the game. So you won't be able to buy much out of the store.
I
And
wasn't talking about the store. Why are you bringing that up?
uh because the solo, oh no, because that the part of inside the store is what you will do in groups. For example, Ultima Weapon,
Are you trying to say story? Is that what you
the
meant?
store, the game shop, the cash shop.
Okay. All right. I'm
So,
confused what that has to do with.
for example, let's say the core. There's a core in the game that is considered a mount, and that mount is like, I don't know, a sci-fi game, sci-fi car, and you can buy it in the store. But what you do is go do some event in the casino, and after you complete it, you will have the cash the cash shop car, pretty much. So everything that is on the cash shop is inside the game, but the mechanic to get it is different. So if you want something, it's all solo stuff, but some of them are group stuff. For trials, you will have to kill like Ultima weapon and grind them for maybe 4 or 5 days, and then whoops, it's gonna drop a skin for XYZ. So, and you have massive content for solo player, and you have a big chunk of stuff for group player.
So as the massive content solo playing, is there a lot of end game solo content? Could you enjoy end game content by yourself? I guess.
It's possible, but you will have you won't be able to do the content, the end game content that is up to date. You will always be able to do the end game content that is in the past.
Okay, but is there? I guess then it sounds like there could be enough for solo and group in order to be well rounded.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You won't burn the
Like I'm not
the
trying to
solo
say
game.
I only want to play solo. I just like to see a robust amount of solo.
Oh, there since probably quite a bit now, for quite a time. Yes, there is, because
Okay.
we are far ahead in terms of expansion. So the content that was at 50, 60, 70, and 80, you can do it because now we are at 90. You see?
Yeah.
So if you're fully geared with end content, then you can solo pretty much everything that is behind. Almost. There's a limit, but almost. But that game, the
But
game.
It sounds like there's a lot of like story content and quests.
Jeez, that's that's the worst part for me. I don't like to be forced to do quests because I don't have any interest in the story. But they force you.
But you're saying that the story is good in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anyone that loves quests will say that that's the best. That's the best quest line ever made.
Well, I mean, there's also Guild Wars 2, which has got a really high rated story and quest thing in it, which is free to play, and then ESO, which is free to play. I mean, you got to buy the games first, of course, but and they both have pretty robust stories too. I'm not saying they're better or anything.
Final Fantasy is free to play up to 60, right?
Final Fantasy 14 is that new? Did they change that recently?
No clue.
Because it didn't used to be that way.
I don't know. It is. I just listened to a video today saying that it was free to play up to 60 now. And then you can buy the game and not buy the last what is it called?
Okay, so play the free trial up to level 60 for free with no restriction. You're right, man. Okay, well, I'll try it out again because I just kind of gave up because, you know, reasons I gave.
Oh, but, believe me, man, you have a lot of content. If you just do the quest and don't jump anything, you have at least for probably more than 400 hours of gear of stuff to do. Just to hit 60. Well, not to hit 60, cool. Sorry.
I mean,
clean the quest.
In a way that maybe, you know, if like I'm going on and I don't know anything, and then I see what I see for a few weeks or maybe a week or whatever at a time whenever I would try it, I might get the wrong impression. So I will give it a shot from what you said.
And your character is not limited to the class you do. You just change weapon and you're good. by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, is this? It seems like it has stuff filled in for me already. I don't understand. Let's do sign in. Yes, I do, of course, have an account because I had Final Fantasy 11 online again recently, which I do enjoy. I've always liked that game. But that is a game where you do have to play with other people a lot.
Yeah.
Which I didn't really mind in that one, but that I don't know. That one is very archaic now. Very didn't. They're like, we're not gonna update this. This is just what it is. What is this? Okay, I don't then. I guess I gotta. Oh yeah, okay. I have to log into it. I gotta make a new Square Enix account.
Is it?
Because I have already had Final Fantasy 14 online. So this is the free trial up to level 60 is only for accounts that have not had it before. So
You sure?
which is yeah, it just told me that the message. It said you've already had this. You have to sign up with an account, Square Enix account that has not basically hasn't had it yet.
But you played up to what? I don't understand.
I paid for it, and then I don't know what I got to level 20 or so, whatever. 18,
That's weird.
20. It's just saying though that kind of like an Ultima Online, you can play free. You can actually play free on your old account, but you have to wait 6 months after you stop paying for it before you can go free on there.
Okay. But is it the same for them?
No, they're saying that you just can't have a free trial on an old account at all. That's what they said.
But can you connect on it and play as a free account?
No, you can't use a current account at all. You have to have a new account in order to qualify for the free play.
Does it force them? Does it force you to buy game time to activate it?
You can still play it free. You just have to do it on a new account.
Okay, but that's not my question.
What is your what? Okay, what I don't understand. What is it that you want to know?
Can you log in? You're in the game.
I can log into my. No, I can't log in.
Oh, okay. It says it asks you to have a subscription.
Yeah, it'll say that I don't have game time. Yeah.
The way you use your word means you didn't try.
Well, I was signed in and it wasn't going to work. They explained thoroughly.
Oh, okay.
Ziff, that you
Okay.
have to have a new account to play for free.
Motherfucker.
Quite thoroughly. So.
That is sad though, because like, yeah, man, when I reach 60, I want to keep playing, but I would prefer to have my main account. I'm that way. Like, it's my main account.
Well, for me, I don't care because obviously
I do, because names for me matters.
names matter for me too, but I don't. I think my name was Kia. It was my old EverQuest name, which was Kia Kiwi.
Okay. You played on which server at the time?
On EQ?
Yep.
I don't remember, man. That was back in like the year 2000. I don't know.
I was playing Valonzek.
I played more than once though. The second time I went on, that name actually is from the second time I went on. I think I went back on in about 2004, 2006 maybe.
Okay.
And that's when I had Kia Kiwi. My original character probably was something along the same lines as the names I had online, which was dumb names at that time. I don't know.
Man,
I don't even remember.
my name did never. Oh yeah, my name changed. I don't remember when, but I was Xiphon in EverQuest, but it changed when. Hey, what are you doing? Like this guy. When one day I was logged into a new game, and when I tried to use that name, it was taken. It was the first time it happened, and I was so shocked. Who the motherfucker?
Names are always taken and always sucks, and I have to fucking come up with some dumb new name.
But then I moved to Zytheria, and that one was never took. And I would say probably took maybe 10 years before I tried again with Xiphon, and now it still work. But I'm guessing someone took that name because he probably found it appealing or something. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know the guy that did that, but he surely did piss me off. Oh, I was so in shock. Oh man, what am I gonna do? Nothing appealed to me.
Alright, I have to do fucking different email address. Not fun.
Oh, I haven't renamed him. Let's rename him. Dude. Oh, killer. Here it is. Submit. Up, killer. You are my champion.
Stupid phone that. There it is. Passcode. Oh. My wife tried calling me. What does she want? Why didn't she just message me here? Why is she calling me? Alright, can you hold on?
Here's my confession. I've got a death wish. I'm in the fast lane, addicted to excess, living my best life. I was on top right, sipping the limelight, a deer in the headlights. My future used to shine as bright as a diamond. Where did time go? I was so high, it was private. No, I messed up, but there's no use in crying. No use in crying. I've been running wild, had a good time, but I can't stop now. Over my head in a landslide, can you pull me out? Oh my dear Lord, oh my dear Lord, oh my dear Lord. I've been running wild, had a good time, but I can't stop now. Oh my dear Lord,
Hey, buddy. Sorry about that.
oh my dear Lord.
Problem.
I was a good guy, but
What's
I
up?
was
What are
the
you up to now?
worst type. Give me
I'm just mining till the obsidian portion run off in 20 minutes. After that, I'm guessing I'm gonna log off. What? Oh, do you have the game Project Argon?
I've been running wild, had a good time, but I can't stop now. Over my head in a landslide, can you pull me out? Oh my dear Lord, oh my dear Lord, oh my dear Lord. I've been running wild, had a good time.
What are you mining, silver?
Yep. Just the silver. And frankly, I'm packing a load.
Oh yeah.
Oh geez, yes. On this run, I'm probably gonna be over 1,000 maybe. Since I'm just harvesting the. How far am I? 500? Oh geez, yes. Oh yeah. I'm doing around 400 an hour, something like that. It's kind of crazy. It clicked when Mandrevis said that I'm just harvesting silver. I'm doing that. Pretty much. That's what I want. The XP is okay. Actually, it doesn't have much difference. It does a little bit, but not that much. Be an issue. Like I think I do like 500k less because of that. But and I'm like probably doing 3 times the silver though. I'm doing a cycle every 7 minutes. That's how long it takes around. Yeah. Do you think potion, like wolf potion, no, potion of speed, uh, is a third effect for speed, or it just has a maximum of 2 effect?
You can stack wolf speed with sprint and dash.
Ah, okay, so it's a third one. Potions don't
It's
count.
totally separate.
Oh, cool. Oops, that's one I want. Good to hear, buddy.
You could also add Anthem of Alacrity.
Wow.
You could add up all the different kinds of things.
Alacrity is not like a fourth. If you choose, you will have to choose between dash, sprint, and alacrity.
You can do dash and sprint together.
Sorry?
You can do dash and sprint together.
Yeah, you do. But if you add alacrity on top of it, one will be turned off.
Oh. Oh, they must have changed that.
I didn't pay much attention to it, but I think it does. Since I tried, and I think one turned off, or it just doesn't affect the speed. So this game is a weird one. A weird one. Like the stream is doing exceptionally good, but when I game, the game itself lag. Don't ask questions, you won't have lies. Okay. We're at the end of it. 12 minutes, is it? 12 minutes? Yeah. Job. You just have one thing. Filling. Oh wait. Properly. The one's left behind. Yeah.
Stupid fountain. Here it is.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go to my
So
indicator.
I asked earlier if you had Project Argon, but you went silent, so I don't know if you missed
Yeah, I
it
do
or
have it.
you have that? Do you play it?
I do occasionally. I don't know anyone on it, and except for people in my guild, so I haven't played it a whole lot. But
Oh.
I think I'm like I mean I have a character that is leveled up a bit. You know, he's got like in the 20s for his skills for like archery and animal taming and stuff like that, whatever it's called.
What level?
Like in the 20s or something, the low 20s for the main skills, and then other skills I don't know.
Okay. Did
he's
you
good
bought
too,
it
because-
or it's
Yeah,
in
I
the free?
bought it.
You bought it? Jeez, man.
Bought it, and I paid. I also gave $80 like
Okay.
starter pack too.
Yeah. So, okay. And you don't intend to play at the time being?
Yeah, no, I mean I do. I mean I was just on it like a week ago.
You what?
but I was playing it like a week ago.
Oh.
And then just to check it out, see what was new and stuff. I was kind of like holding off from really diving into it until it's officially released. But I like it. I just don't know a lot of people, and I'm not very good at it, and so I do like it though. I've tried to get people to play it. No one wants to play with me.
I would say I am advanced in the game.
Yeah. You were talking about that before.
In the 70s.
It was cool. Nice. Yeah, I'm not. I have not been out. Okay, the first area, and then I don't know if it's the second area, Edibule or whatever.
Serbial Hill.
Well, that's the first area, but then like the second area I've been to is Etibule or whatever it's called.
Oh,
It's
you have
beside
Serbial
the,
Hill, Serbial, and then Etubal.
Yep,
You
those are the
had.
two places I've been.
Okay.
I'm
So.
assuming there's more.
Oh yeah.
things.
Oh yeah.
I don't even fucking know. Like that's how.
Yeah. Oh.
What I
yeah.
liked about the game is when I played the trial.
Yep.
What I really liked about it was you had to figure out where to go, and you could like make notes on the map about things. And
Yep.
stuff. Like I was like, this is exciting. I want
And
to see this more. Yeah.
Me, what hooked me up is every single thing you do matters.
Really.
Yep. If whatever you do, there's a skill associated with it.
Oh yeah. That's
So nothing, everything that you do will matter in a sense, because craftings, like everything's go towards everything. So the symbiosis between skills is just phenomenal. Like you're doing like let's say hammer and shield. Okay, so if you go down the blacksmith and reach, let's say, level 35 in blacksmith, you will gain 1 point hammer. But that's your build too. So doing blacksmith is not depriving you from gaining something or your adventuring stuff. And because your adventuring hammer is gaining level, it will add point into blacksmith too. So that's a, let's say it, when you start paying attention to those symbios, man, you go all over the place because there's always something linked to something. It's like a spider web of link. Me, I'm playing shield druid, and in the game there's less to nothing in restriction. But one of the restriction is you cannot play druids and werewolf at the same time. That's two builds that are opposite in philosophy. So inside the game, you have everything to understand why you can be both, because they're arch enemy. But at the same time, yearly, you will have trouble for druids. The same will go for werewolf. The same goes in Shroud. Like you have seasons in the game linked to the real world. So in the summer, ether monsters appeared, but not in fall, for example. So I think in fall right now it's druid time. Like you have pretty much you have events every single day about druids.
Yeah.
But that's the only time you will farm skill point for druids that will unlock specific skill for druids. You can lurk all you want, but you will need to wait till falls to be able to unlock those skills. And yeah, there are many secrets inside the game, Easter eggs to. In terms of immersion, I would say it hit quite high.
I could tell I liked it a lot. I just wasn't. I've never spent enough time. I think total I have like 20 hours in the game, like total. So I was into it, but I was just waiting to. I was like, I'll invest more time when it releases, but I'd be willing to play it more. I just did, like I said, didn't know anybody. So.
Yeah. Oh, it's a really
the
good
guilds are
game.
nice. I like the community. I thought.
Yeah, it's similar to this one. Yeah. I think it's growing faster now since they did something about Steam, and their retention is getting bigger and bigger.
Really?
Oh yeah, because the toxicity of the game has amplified. Before in dungeon, you have a really, really good behavior because it's open. It's not instances. So
Yeah.
so you need to have behavior or gonna get messy. And right now, yeah, the behavior is dropping since the community is growing faster than it gets then it gets assimilated.
Yep.
But in the meantime, the end game is not possible to solo. I think there's content in the game that is just not possible to solo. Simply, it's done that way, so you have to accept it.
Yeah.
Ding. Nope.
Fine. All right. Now I'm updating Final Fantasy 14 launcher.
Oh, okay. I'm going for that one.
I had to go. Well, I was going to try the free trial, and then I found out I had to download the free trial
Client.
installer, not the
Yeah.
regular. I'm like, okay, fuck. Fine.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I'll do whatever you want. Just yeah.
And frankly, you have a lot of stuff to do 60 level downward.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, then maybe I'll decide, oh, I really like the game, and then I'll be willing to pay for it.
I play at release, and at release it was just 50.
Yeah. When did it release? What year?
11. Well, 11.
2011?
Yep.
That old? Jeez, I didn't realize that.
Yep.
First time I ever heard of it was 2016, 2017.
Oh.
And I played it then, like really briefly, like a week, and I thought it was fine. I had no problem with it at that
It
time.
might be
just forgot about
14. You would have to check when the second release happened, but it happened. I was at the final release because the first one was a flop. They screwed it up.
No, it came out September 30th of 2010.
2010. So okay, that which one? Which month?
Hold on. The game went live on 30th September 2010. Yeah.
Okay, but that's not the first. That's the first release. That's not the right one. Because that one they just nuke it.
I'm just on the Wikipedia for the Final Fantasy 14 online.
And when does it say it was the second release?
Oh, here we go. It says the game was met with negative response, while graphics, music, and praise. Other aspects were handled panned. Yoshida decided to make a marginal improvements before the game shut down, ultimately replacing it with a new version of Realm Reborn.
Yeah, that's the one.
So that one
Is the one you played?
2014.
14.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was not sure.
No, that's old. It's still
Yeah.
a little bit older.
So it's 14, and that's when I played. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, the 2010 one was like really bad.
And
Shut it down and replace it.
And the major problem that came with it for me is the same reason why I stopped playing World of Warcraft is the impossibility of avoiding quest. They don't allow you to escape it.
Like it's not like true sandbox. Type of just go out and do whatever you want.
Nope. No. That game is quest oriented. You have the main story. You just can't avoid it because it blocks the end game.
Mm,
So
interesting.
if you like
I
quest,
might like it though. So it's
oh,
also
but the quest
I
is
like
bad.
all kinds of games. So
Yeah. The
I think
quest
I'd be
itself
into
is
it.
insane. So there's no question
That's the
about that.
thing, yeah. You know what I really actually like the Star Wars online game, whatever it's called, Old Republic. I
Yeah,
like
all
the
over.
story. I think it's fun to progress through the story.
Yeah.
The gameplay itself is really cheesy and awful in my opinion, but like it's just so basic. But I did do PvP in the Star Wars one, like little you know, like team versus team type stuff and stuff like that. And that was all right. It was kind of fun that way, but I played it for so long just to see the story. So I was like, and that one I got real tired of. And also Star Trek Online, I enjoyed some of the story elements of that, but that's like I don't know if Final Fantasy 14 is too much like those, I probably won't like it. But
Oh, I would say the fan of Final Fantasy are over the top enjoying the storyline because the 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 effort put into making the story appealing is undeniable. The guys are. Do you remember when Blizzard, for example, StarCraft and StarCraft 2, when you have the cinematic, how revolutionary it was?
oh yeah, of course.
So they're doing that. Cinematic or top of the end,
Oh,
pretty
I
much.
remember when Diablo 2 came out in the year 2000, and the cinematics, we were like, oh my god, this looks so
Yeah,
cool.
but
And now
it's
you watch it and it's garbage. But
yeah, but it was revolutionary in that time.
alright,
But
yeah,
now
beautiful.
it's the standard. If you want to do a cinematic, it has to be at least of that quality. Like it has to be on point. It's like it has to be a cinematic, like a film, and they're doing that. So they're not chipping on it. They're really doing a proper job out of it.
In 1999, when Ultimate 9 Ascension came out, which was hated and loved by different people, very much hated by fans. And then with all the updates they've made, they've improved it, but like there's like fan-made updates to it.
Yep.
But overall, everyone agreed the graphics were insanely good, and the cinematics were really good. In 1999, seeing stuff like that was crazy. A big open world, 3D world, and then a big that you could just run around and do quests in a different order and stuff, and then like the cinematics that were. It was just really crazy. I thought that game was amazing. And of course, now when you watch it, you're like, this is so simple looking, but
Yeah, but they were building the future engine for what we have now. So
mm-hmm.
it's always progress in that regard, at least.
Yeah, I think it was cool. I loved. Oh man, I used to play StarCraft 1 on BattleNet
Yep.
my dial-up modem all
Yep.
the time, and Warcraft 2 online BattleNet.
Yep.
I was fucking and modem games. That was my favorite. Playing with my friends and doing modem games. That was so
Oh
cool.
yeah, LAN party. Oh jeez.
LAN party, modem games, like everything. I was just like, I just loved it. It was
Yep.
the most fun multiplayer experience. I've never achieved that level of fun multiplayer ever again. When it comes to MMOs, I've never achieved the funness I had from the original iteration of Ultima Online. And
But
I've come, close
it
to
has
games
to.
here and there, but
But there's a factor that we forget about is all the hassle that was at the time making the game not so enjoyable, but having it's like you work so hard. I remember a scene in EverQuest 1 where I was in Crystal Cavern, and it's not such a big dungeon. It's in the 30s, and we were in the 40s, and we were at the end of the game, doing the queen at the end. But because for the first time, I was playing the Enchanter the way it was supposed to, and I was doing crowd control. It became a memory that was so clear in my mind because it went haywire. Like, we're gonna die, but we were able to sustain the problem because I was doing my job properly and I was anticipating trouble before they happen. In the way that I was burning my mana properly, but I was losing the battle because I was burning mana way more than I was regenerating it. And I was telling the guy, like, we're gonna lose this one. And I don't remember what we did exactly, but we both die. Trying to run away, and I was the first to die because I was having all the aggro since I was doing the crowd control. So I get pretty much like one shot almost, and he starts running. But I remember that's a little bit of how hard the game was, and saying like, I miss this game. Not really. I like those memories, but in reality, that game was so damn hard. Making it, when you do something good, over the top good, but most of the time it's just like shit.
Yeah, but the reason you remember it so fond is because it took you, I don't know, weeks or months, whatever is you're talking about that you increase at the time. There's different things.
Yep.
And then you accomplish it, and then you're like, the reward is so big, and the effort was so big that it's like, I can't believe I fucking did it, right?
Yeah.
And then now it's just like, oh, I failed. Okay, Google, YouTube. That's
okay.
how you do it.
Now I know.
So, and you can't fail. And then too, you got people on the game that have done all of that and played so much, and they're just like, you can talk to them like this, like the way you and I are talking clearly and perfectly. You can be like, oh no, you just got to build it this way. You do it this way, and they just tell you what to do, and then there's no mystery.
Yeah.
That's why Shroud, when it first came out and was first playable, was so much cooler too, because there was so much mystery. And but of course, so they were able to do that. But of course, we're in the age of fucking technology where like we can communication where we can just do. It's like, yeah, you'll have that mystery for a couple months and then it's gone.
But you know, a game that does not that doesn't do that, even if it's been like years that it's there. There's no wiki.
What's that?
It's called Mortal Online.
Have I tried that? Mortal Online. I remember that.
Yeah, now Mortal Online 2 is out, and you won't find knowledge about that game a lot. You won't find.
What is Mortal like? Is it?
It's a full PvP game, and full loot, and it's everything. It's a player-driven economy.
Is it cool?
Oh, yeah. It's a cool game. Absolutely. It's the PvP kind of take a bit of.
I can't believe I never tried that. I feel it's weird that I wouldn't have tried it. I wonder if I tried it a long time ago. I just don't remember.
I think you have a free trial or something like that now.
Well, now you can play for free.
Not to the point where you're a PvP available. Though.
Really?
No, forget that. You will just get destroyed. Anyway, even if you were PvP available, you will get destroyed because you have to time your attack. It's FPS. Yeah. It's a role-playing FPS game. So if you know Darkfall, it's the same. But with a more restriction, there's more restriction since you have a pool of XP. It's the same for everyone. You spend it the way you want, but you won't be able to do everything. That's impossible. So let's say you have 200. I think it's 2,000 skill point, and Darkfall. The only one that is playable now is Darkfall 1. 2 is just a total flop.
This
And
image of Darkfall, it's an old game, but this image in the image search looks beautiful.
Darkfall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This image on Google, like it's an old ass game, but I'm just surprised how beautiful this scene looks.
Oh yeah, and it's a sandbox PvP
Yeah.
playing game, and that is another skillful game. It takes at least a year of PvP to get good at it. Yeah.
What is it called? Unholy Wars? Is that what it is?
I don't think it's Unholy War, because Unholy War, if I remember right, is the Darkfall 2.
What is Rise of Aegon?
Rise of Aegon is the it's the current, because they got bought, and Rise of Aegon is I think it's a team of Ontario guy that made the game. They bought a franchise pretty much and made a lot of update to the game, and now it's the last version that is sustained this day. I played that game quite a bit.
Build ships.
Yep.
So we can build cities. Crazy.
You build ships, you build cities. It's pre-made, so
This is the kind of game I would like.
and the game is kind of empty in a way that when you do PvE, you won't get disturbed that much, but when it happens, you get wrecked. If you're good at PvP, you might be able to handle it, because most of the guys that do PvP, they're not down. They're there for the kill, so they will wait until you're engaged in the fight, and once you're engaged in it, they will drop on your head. So mostly people die. But if you do raids in certain dungeon, because certain dungeons you can't handle them solely, there's no way. So yeah, population has a thick skin, so they are die-hard player of Darkfall. The same goes for Mortal Online. It's a similar game, different engine and different gameplay. Darkfall is faster than Mortal, but the degree of knowledge and yeah, the degree at which you have to understand the game is the same. Apply differently, but the same. And fights will be longer in those games than in Shroud. Shroud is pretty instantaneous, and those games, even if you're a total noobs, they won't be able to kill you faster than 20 seconds. It's gonna take 20 seconds to drop you. But the difference is they will do perfect kill. You won't even land one shot on them.
Yeah.
So it's one side, but you die.
Well, it sounds interesting to at least look at. I'm downloading it right now.
Oh yeah, Darkfall is a really good game.
Man, Final Fantasy 14 is big.
Yep, it is. It is. Yep.
And I'm running on Wi-Fi right now rather than Ethernet, so it's not downloading as fast as it could, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But still go pretty fast. Take forever.
Oh, dude. I think I did it for 3 hours maybe. I have 1,000 silver. Yay!
Wow. Well, you gotta pay the silver tax.
Oh, I lost them on the way, sadly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We're gonna send a tax collector to your home to check, search you. What's up with you dogs anyway?
Hmm?
My dog's I think they hear a noise. Well, she doesn't care about noise, but he does, and he was in here hiding under my feet. He's big, so that's not convenient. But she's just here, I think, because he was in here. She's always jealous of when he's getting attention. She's like, wait, no, I want attention more.
What's up, Freya? You okay? Go see your brother. Go see your brother.
Let's go get killed in Athos Castle.
Okay, Cooper.
No, AFK. Oh, it's calling. Be back.
Didn't even see you, Obi. What do you want? Go away. Get out of here. Go. Both of you. This is enough. Go. Nope. Keep going. Go. Go. No. Are you scared? What's wrong with you? There must be noise out there or something. You hear something out there? Obi. Good.
Back.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I do.
I switched to my Bluetooth headset so I could march these dogs outside.
Not as great as you had.
No.
I said it's not as great as you have.
No, well, as long as I'm clear, though.
Mm-hmm.
All right, come on, dogs. I don't know what this. What do you guys want? Do you want to go outside? Come on. I think there might be like someone doing fireworks or something because he's really scared.
For a good reason.
She doesn't care about anything. Hey, Obi. lot of tomatoes to pick in my garden and peppers.
Not done yet. Why so?
What's that?
Why did you not do it yet?
These ones I just noticed these ones.
Oh.
I can harvest stuff quite regularly, but soon it will be too cold. Yeah, and in case it wasn't clear, I was talking about in the real world, not on the game. Probably his. Well, I don't know. Maybe it has been long enough. Okay. All right. Switch back to the good one.
Am I back?
Uh-huh. Yeah, your sound change.
Good, good, good.
Deltalak just killed me.
Who killed you?
Deltalak?
You probably deserved it.
Oh yeah, man. I was playing like an ass. I went in Ados Castle in PvP mode. That's guaranteed killing, getting killed. Not every single time, but it's super risky. I just said before anyway. Oh, I'm going to Athos. I'm gonna get killed. Yeah. Yep. I was on my way out, and I'm just thinking, oh, I'm gonna stop at the Oracle, get my free XP. As I was doing the test, I got killed. Like, okay, damn it. I was telling him, I'm like new content, so you guys have new entertainment. Oh, there's a new prey.
Juicy one.
Hopefully. Okay, let's log out. It's enough for today. What should I play? What should I play? Let's try Warframe. I really want to play. Nah.
So when do you usually I mean, I'm sure it's not totally done at any time, but when do you usually finish the care that you do for your mother like during the day? Cuz it seems like you just kind of come on at night. So I'm wondering if there's like
No.
like is it just during the day that you need to help her or
Not. I don't necessarily need to help her. I just need to be present. So this,
yeah.
and usually I wake up like around 10 in
Mhm.
in the morning. Part of the afternoon, I will hang around so that we can talk, express our feelings. If I see anxiety, I will try to calm her. And if everything is right, sometimes yeah, sometimes we will go out for dinner or any activities like doing a grocery or stuff like that. But most of the time, I'm free. I just need to be there. So I don't, I don't sleep outside ever. That's a no-go zone. I know it's gonna be too stressful for her. It's gonna take like a few days to get back on track. I don't do that anymore. But outside of that, I'm free to do pretty much everything I want. And since I don't not someone that needs a lot of social,
Yeah.
okay. It doesn't affect me much. I'm comfortable in that frame, I would say. Yeah.
Like your social interactions online are enough for you to get most of your
Um, I would say it's slow the deprivation of social interaction because nothing beats real people.
Sure. But you're
And
just saying you don't need it as often.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
say if I can
Similar,
interact
yeah.
with people once a month or twice a month, I'm good.
That's a lot for me. Like
Yeah.
I'm married, so like I'm
Oh,
fine with my wife,
oh, dude.
but
If
like
I would
that's
marry,
more than
I would
yeah,
never
I
see
would
others. I would even care. I will
no, yeah,
have.
it's very sometimes you're like once in a while I might be like but
Yeah, see what happened
I
outside.
but that's why we're comfortable too. Like I mean, we miss each other when she does her contracts, but it doesn't devastate us like it would other people.
Okay.
Like I'm able to like I definitely want to see her more than anyone else, but like we're good. We like trust each other and stuff. Like we're very comfortable with our relationship, so like we're able to spend time apart
Yeah.
regularly. But it's
It's not good for the couple though, because you developed you develop mechanism that makes it so that when she's not there, it's bearable. So it's dangerous. It's a dangerous slope in which you're placing yourself
I get what you're saying.
both.
But
Hmm.
but yeah, it's I think we've done it a lot before. It's really it's fine for us.
I guess since you're still together, it has to be.
We also love spending time together as well, and like we can but also too, this isn't going to be forever. This is probably going to end doing it like this in another 6 months or so, and then it'll be back to normal again. Um Also, the other option is either she's going to come back or we're going to rent our house here and then we're going to travel together.
Oh, okay.
So there's that. That's it's going to end either way. It's going to end. You know.
That's good.
So, yeah. Hey, what is the housing like there and like in your city or wherever you're at? Like, is it easy for people to find a place to rent for a reasonable price or to buy a home, or is it bad
Quebec?
there too? Yeah.
The bubble has broke, so price are dropping.
Mm-hmm.
But apartment, you, depending on what you're looking for, if you're looking for a low price apartment, nope, it's not easy. But if you're for would say like the middle and high, then there's no much trouble finding an apartment or a house. I don't know. I can speak about that. I don't know.
Here, prices are starting to come down again because they went up really high, but the interest rates are really high.
Oh,
so
same here.
Yeah, no one's buying because and that makes also means someone's not going to sell because they don't want to go to a higher interest rate once they buy a new home. And so the only people that are going to sell are going to be people that can buy their new home with cash or have another home already, or and then the people who buy from them would have to be okay with either have the cash or paying high interest rates. So it's just really kind of shitty. And apartments are out of control. You can't afford to rent here in the city as a normal person anymore. Like, it's impossible. Like, you would have to make so much money compared to the average person that you would have to have multiple roommates. If like let's say you have like a normal, like, let's say a normal office job, like you're a normal low level employee, like customer service agent or some kind of just where there's multiple positions of that in that company. Before, like, I didn't live in this city, but I lived in a comparable city, and I could afford my own apartment, my income. Like, now people were paying $600 per month, which was really low. That's like really, really low. But but they went suddenly to like 2,400, or they had to leave.
What?
Like, it was, yeah. And so, like, a lot of apartments in Charlotte are at like I think the average. Oh man, I don't want to misquote the numbers, but like when I was in St. Paul, Minnesota, we paid a very low amount of rent, and we paid $1,250 a month, and it was super low. Especially for the accommodations we had. But that was because of the guy who owned it and how cool he was. We would have to pay for that level of like a place. It would be at least $1,600 usually. So,
Wow.
and you know, that's you're talking around 1,000 square feet. So it's not a huge place.
Doesn't ring a bell. 1,000 square feet. I'm not
You
used
want
to
me to
that.
do meters?
Even meters. I'm not used to surface.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. That's all right. Well, and it could be different what the average size is there than the different places here, I'm sure. But still, like in New York City, that would be ginormous. That would be a huge place. But in normal cities, that's probably an average for like a 2-bedroom size place. But that's just like the normal rent price for the area. That's not like the rich area. That's like just the normal people area, income wise. And so here it's worse than that now, and it's probably worse than that back where I'm from now. I just don't know because I'm not there. But it's way worse than that here. Like if you had $1,500 will get you a small, like probably just a regular size 1-bedroom apartment. And then, so then of course if you want roommates, you have to have more bedrooms. So it's more money. But you know, it's like a real issue here. So many people are unable to afford a place to live. That actually Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minneapolis area where I'm from, it was so bad. There was literally whole like little camp towns of tents and stuff, people living outside, and like hundreds of people in an area, you know. Like it was, which there's homeless people there, but this was a level that we've never seen. And so it was yeah, like the housing market and like the rental market is just so bad all over the country. I feel bad for people who have to rent because we pay fucking almost nothing for our house because we have really low interest rate, and we don't have like a big fancy house. So like
You're not
we
the
pay
target
very little.
for that.
We just didn't care because our first house that we ever bought, and I didn't care what house I had, as long as it was at least the same size to larger than the half a house I rented before, then I was fine. Plus our mortgage is like $1,050 a month for our mortgage, so it's like nothing.
So that's your rental, pretty much.
Yeah, but more. Yeah, but we're paying off the loan, you know, for the home. So, but yeah, but we were paying $1,250 for rent before. So, and if we were paying that, we were still living there. It would be around $1,500. So, like you couldn't even pay $1,050 several years ago for a place this size for rent. Like that was still too low. So we got really lucky, and we got in just before the interest rates went up. So.
Oh, who complain that, right?
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying, like, if we travel together, we could rent this house, and it would more than pay for the mortgage.
Yep.
And just do that for like a year. Although that's a lot of work. I really am not looking forward to that. So we'll see what we do. I don't know. I mean, we technically make enough money to where we wouldn't even have to rent out the place, but it would be kind of dumb not to, like wasting the money. But I just feel weird about someone living in our house and then us coming back to live in it again. But oh, and another thing too, like something that's really ruining the rental market is Airbnb is just destroying cities. There's small businesses and to mid-sized businesses that are buying huge amounts of rental properties, like condos and houses, and then renting them out on Airbnb. So the building when I went to downtown Louisville, Kentucky to visit my wife, there was like a tall skyrise like condo apartment building, and the company that we were renting the Airbnb from, it was two guys that owned it. They had 22 other units in that building alone that they owned and were renting out by the day on Airbnb. So now that means there's 20 plus less families or people that can live in that building, and then it also raises rent prices and stuff because it's like it's just insane how many, like, you don't even really, and that doesn't mean they're the only ones. I don't know who else there owns other units.
But it's gonna reach a point where it will max out.
Yeah.
Some will crash their business, and it's gonna be super cheap to buy them at that point.
Well, it's crazy, man.
It is.
I'm just glad I don't have to deal with it. Yeah, like, it sucks. I don't like other people dealing with it, but I just feel bad though. It's like, all right, well,
you don't.
Good luck.
And that's the capital of North Carolina?
No, Raleigh is, but Charlotte's the largest city.
So, okay, so not in name, but in reality.
Yeah, it's just like in Minnesota.
It's the central economy.
Yeah, and Minneapolis is actually the largest city, but St. Paul is the capital. But they're also connected, so they're right next to each other. So it doesn't really. So a lot of people think the capital of Minnesota is the Twin Cities. That's what they say.
Oh, okay.
It's like, well, that's just the name of the metro that the capital is in. But yeah, but
the metro is called that.
That's actually Twin Cities Metro. But that's the case in most states that the capital is not the largest city. Like in California, Sacramento is the capital.
Wow.
Not Los Angeles. And then New York, Albany is the capital in upstate New York, not New York City.
Seriously?
And in Illinois, Chicago is not the capital. It is Springfield. Yeah. So it's weird. There's very few states actually that I can think of that are
Texas.
The capital is the biggest. Texas is, well, there's multiple large cities in Texas, but I don't know which one's the biggest. But what is that? Is that Houston? No, you got me.
I don't know. Frankly, even in Canada, I would have trouble to call them. BC is Victoria. Alberta is
I'm
Calgary.
so stupid. I know the capital. It's Austin. I'm an idiot. Yeah, and Austin is not the biggest city by any means. That's it's just a medium-sized city.
I would say for us, Alberta is Calgary, and Calgary is the biggest city.
Yeah, I noticed that, well, in France, Paris, London, England. Like, it's all, the capitals are the largest.
But not in Quebec. In Quebec is Quebec the capital, but it's Montreal the big city. But it works for Ontario. Toronto is the capital, and but you have Ottawa, that is the government, the central government.
Okay.
So it's the federal, pretty much. That's the federal.
Yeah, and then the federal capital is Washington D.C., which isn't even a state, and is
Eh,
tiny.
It's not even part of the America.
Well, it's a part of the country, but it's like it's not. They don't have a senator or anything like that because it's not a state. You know, it's just like its own thing, kind of like the Vatican. But it's
Yeah,
like
yeah, exactly.
it's like
It's Columbus.
it's even less. It's even less than Actually, I don't know politically if it's less than Puerto Rico. Like it's just basically like a territory. But yeah, it's strange. I
It's
guess
like
maybe
it
because they didn't want to
governed.
have a state that governs the capital, so you don't want a state government that governs the capital. So that
Yeah,
would be weird.
exactly. So it governed a country that is not even part of. What is happening, man? This is disturbing. I'm using the browser Brave and it crashed out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's disturbing.
Well, you probably deserve it, like I said.
No, I'm innocent. I'm just a poor soul being tormented.
All right, loaded up Rise of Aegon.
Be careful. I think you get that on Steam, right?
I didn't get it on Steam. I didn't notice it.
I think you can have it. Let me check.
Cool. Ooh, so that's some kind of evil people. Be a distinguished race. I'm gonna be a female.
Oh, I see. Actually, Rise of Aegon is a game. Oh, geez. Okay, I understand now. It's on Steam, but they changed the name of the game. It's no more Darkfall. It's Rise of Aegon.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. That it was on the website. It was Darkfall: Rise of Aegon.
But on Steam. Okay. Oh, let me check at the review. No user review. Review. Can I review? Okay.
Ooh. Let's go. Let's see what happens. I get killed immediately. See the guns just explode.
if you try to play it solo, you will. You might find it quite hard.
Yeah, I imagine. I'm just looking at. I'm just giving.
And the bank is local, so watch out where you drop your stuff.
Oh, that's so cool. It used to be like that in Shroud, the first. I don't know how long, but it was like that in Shroud in the beginning. Wasn't Final Fantasy 11 online like that as well?
I don't know. Local banking?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know that EVE Online is local banking.
Yep. But you can also have things shuttled to you or whatever.
Is it?
Yeah, I could do like a. You could like have it sent, and it would take however long it takes. But I don't know if you could do that with everything, but you could do. I did that with things a few times when I played like a year ago. Didn't know that you could do that. I don't. So it might have been a new thing. I'm not sure though. So basically, shift, sprint. Yep, got that. 6.
And by the way, inside the water, you cannot use magic.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a stable foundation, so gotta be careful. Inside the water, there's only weapon that will work. So archery and daggers and stuff, they all has different delay. So dagger is the fastest. The polearm is the slowest. The pure DPS is from daggers, but the most heavy hitter or polearm. If you are an orc, you will have bonus towards the axe or crits and damage. And I don't know. Off the top of my head, that's pretty much what I have on knowledge. Well, for it. Yeah, that's an old game. Yep, a very good game. You can do in that one. You can do everything you want. It's the same as Shroud.
Is it like Worm?
I don't know. Worms? I don't know. But you don't have any restriction. You just have bonus and malice out of your choice. That's it. You choose. It's your choice to be in full plate and doing magic, knowing that your fizzle is high, or going berserk in cloth, for example.
I'm trying to figure out how to get my cursor to move.
What?
Without it. I'm trying to figure out how to turn off so I can use my cursor and not move the view so that I can grab something in my bag.
Oh, you pressed tab.
That's not doing it. That just makes me swap what I'm equipped with.
Alt?
It's not alt either. I've tried every button, and I did get it before.
F? E?
Trying those again, but no.
You want to be in curse mode, in mouse mode, right? You'd be moving everywhere.
I want to use my cursor right now to access my bag.
If you press I, it should open your bag. No?
Yeah, well, B opens your bag, but
Okay.
I can open it. But I was able to move my cursor freely just before, and now I can't.
I don't know how to get it back to.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, escape. Escape does it. Okay.
Yeah. But I think there's something else too that does it. I don't remember. It might be H or J or G maybe. I don't remember. Or T maybe. No, T will be text.
And what just struck me and resonated with me so deeply was the guy hopped off of his mount and then somebody else came and stole that mount. And that idea of loss and real consequence in the world just drew me to Darkfall.
I spent a good portion of my life playing Darkfall when it first came out. Because, you know, it's not just a normal story game where you follow someone else's path, you follow someone else's story. You know, this game is all about you creating your own story. It's about you meeting actual people around a massive world where everyone that plays this game is in one server, with no instances, just one big world.
It was the kind of game that was very polarizing. You either liked it or you didn't, and the people who liked it automatically your friends or people that you could talk to because they shared a passion that you had. My longest friend there is Gavin. He's somebody I met that I stumbled across him in the game, and instead I was creeping up on him as he was killing other monsters in the game, and in a split second I decided not to try to kill him, but instead I walked up and sat beside him, and I sat down and talked to him, and I played with him till the end of the server. So we played for 3 years together. We still keep in contact now.
Even though the relationships formed online, they've gone past that. I've lived with one of them. I've met several of them. We've all connected in the real world one way or another. And we are friends, and we have this deep connection because of the nature of Darkfall. No other game that I've ever played instilled this sense of camaraderie like Darkfall has.
Near your starting city.
We can see them to the north of us.
Test your mettle against these foes. Kill 10 goblins to receive your reward. I don't know if I can do it. Sounds so difficult.
If you don't play dumb, you'll be good.
I think it's going to be too hard.
Oh, yeah. There's are ways to do it, though. If you stream, I can help you if you want.
I'm just kidding, man. I'm joking around. I don't think it'll be too hard. I'm sure the game will be hard later, but I think I can handle the goblins.
We'll see.
So, yeah, who knows? Maybe
We'll see.
I'm running towards them right now. They're gonna get chopped up.
That's the type of game when even a naked can wreck you up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember when I was first playing Ultima Online, and I was trying to learn the game, and I went up, I made my character, and I went out and attacked a cat, and the cat beat my ass, and I had to run away.
Yep.
I was like, oh, I
basic.
guess I really don't know what I'm fucking doing.
Charging towards our Chaos City. And what ensued was
you
this
should be
like,
able to be a
hour
cat,
and a
but
half
also,
long
too,
fight
I
of just
didn't create the
arrows
character
flying
correctly,
everywhere
and
and,
I'm trying to slap the
spells
cat,
being
it's just
cast
not-
left and right and just
He
this
shot me
sense
with
of
an arrow.
adrenaline.
What a prick. How many of you are there?
We are developing.
Where?
That's right. You mess with Freya Grimmer and you get the horns.
Oh boy. Big talk here. Big talk.
Yeah.
Don't regret it.
It is kind of a gross death noise for them, though. The splattering. Die. Die, you little bastard. I killed him.
Rats.
You wanted me to die. I could have. I honestly could have died there. It
You
was
know.
not. It wasn't necessarily super easy.
Was not one side.
I was like, oh, I can see this going south really quickly. What is this? Is this better than my other sword? God, the damage. No, my other stuff's better. Don't know what that is. That looks neat. Oh, more. You're not all dead. Okay, they all spawn again. Let's run. Bye. I'm covered in blood. They're still shooting my ass. Leave me alone.
Oh yeah, and you will have to sit if you want to recope your.
Well, my hit points are going up as I'm running.
Okay.
Just not very fast. Probably faster if you sit. If you hit rest.
Yep.
Let me see. Let's see how much. Yeah.
But you had skill too that will help you in that part.
Cool. Well, that's kind of cool. I mean,
you don't want to do that in PvP though.
Oh yeah. Hey guys, hold on. I'm gonna sit down.
Yeah,
We'll
give me a
check it
break.
out.
Give me a break. What is that?
Sword right through my skull. I believe the body. They all spawn within like 1 minute. Too many of you. Alright, let's stand back up. Stop reacting. You have to go see what Mr. whatever his name is wants now. Does this one allow you to have ships? Or whatever?
Yeah, it's just that you need to craft it or buy it from someone. And crafting it means you need thousands of gold. Because crafting this game is money oriented. You always need money to craft.
Okay.
The higher the level, the higher it costs. So yeah.
I guess I needed to kill one more goblin.
But gold is not the big issues once you understand how to make it. Jeez, this game is soft.
Let's see if this bigger sword slices through them easier.
RuneScape, man.
Yeah.
What? What the hell? What is that? RuneScape was launched on October 2020. What is that?
There's like a new iteration of RuneScape, and
Guessing.
yeah, it was kind of fun. It was just a little bit. I was a little bit overwhelmed. It's one of those games where like the map is super spotty with stuff all over it, and just like, what the fuck am I looking at? Oh, someone just ran up and saw me and he stopped and looked at me, and now he's running away from me. Like, dude, I'm a noob too. Don't worry about it.
Thousands of players around the world. It's a place where you can forge your own playstyle and be whoever you want to be, right from your very first click. It's a vast, open world where you can fight monsters, gather resources, and complete quests, all while leveling up and customizing your character as you explore. The world can be conquered as a lone adventurer, but there's plenty to do with friends.
Oh, I see.
Like joining a clan, teaming up to defeat fearsome bosses, or trading your...
Stage 2. Now I gotta... Alright, let's do this next step too. Skeleton, offset that. So 4 goblins, oh, I can do that. I'm a goblin slayer. No, get rid of P. Get naked. That's a button on here. Alright, let's see here. Skills, combat skills. Increased damage from bow. I see your level. Are there normal levels in this game, or is it just skill?
Skill.
Okay. So you don't. There isn't like a level 2 or anything.
Nope.
Okay. Cool.
It's skill based. So you use a weapon, you use a skill, you use a spell, it goes up. And you have to, and it goes up by the type of mob you hit. So if you want it to grow faster, you will have to hit bigger monsters. If I remember correctly. No. And there's a durability on your weapon, so it's gonna break right away.
Wow, the aiming is like.
It's FPS.
That's pretty sweet.
Yep, it's really skill. It's really player-based skill.
Like you have to be precise when you're shooting an arrow.
Yep, buddy. And you have a delay, so even if you shoot at him, if he moves, you're gonna miss. But that's the fastest projectile you have in the game. Magic goes slower than that. Depending on the magic, it goes even slower. So you have the most fastest ranged hit with the bow.
Disabling shot added. Where do I get? Oh, it must be in my.
Disable means you remove the possibility of blocking. That's what it means. So you can, so someone with shield, you hit that, you hit the disable shot, he won't be able to use his shield for the time being. For example.
Much more intense when you're fighting a group of people.
Yeah, but you have AoE attack too. So it will just, depending on, like for example, Polearm has a huge AoE cone in front of him. But daggers is really hard to play because you have to be so close. You have to be straight in the back. And you have bonus if you hit in the back. You have all sort of things. And it's it is located. The damage is considered located. So for example, if you hit the torso and the guy is using, for example, tier 5 gear on his torso, you won't make the same damage as if you were hitting the legs, where he's maybe naked, for example. But torso is the easiest target to hit, but sometimes it's simply because he has, I don't know, a shoulder, and you hit the shoulder, then the damage might hit hard or not, depending on if the has gears there, for example. So it's located. If you hit the head, you're gonna hit hard, always. But depending on the gear too. And you have bunny hop. So if you're not good at bunny hopping is a skill that you use. It's not a skill, sorry. It's player skill. You use different type of skill that allows you to speed for a short period of time, like let's say a forward jump, and you start bunny hopping. If you, the moment you hit the ground, you jumped again.
Died. I don't have the binding stone, though. Okay, so I'm just not gonna.
back or what?
I think you will see beams somewhere.
I can't move. It's not doing. Oh, I gotta wait for this progress bar to fill up. Well, I mean, it had two things that pop up. It said to resurrect at your house or at your bind stone, and I don't have either that I'm aware of. I hit the bind stone thing and nothing happened. Now I'm just waiting for this progress bar to fill up. It's really slow.
It's instantaneous, I think, when you hit the bind stone, or you're bind by default. So if you hit the bind stone, you will pop at the city.
I didn't. So.
Yeah, but by default, I think you are.
Okay. But I didn't. So I'm saying that I didn't pop up anywhere. It's just sitting here waiting while I was walking around my body.
Okay.
So now I'm just watching this progress bar fill up slowly, and I'm assuming I have to wait for that to fill.
If you know where is the city, you can go there.
I can't move. I had to wait. I was just a dead body lying there. Oh, and now that went, and now it didn't do anything. Now it's doing something. Okay, now it's loading. I'm assuming all my shit's on my body.
Yep, it is.
So...
Free to be looted by anyone that passed by.
Not now, I guess. Probably because I'm a young status or something.
There's maybe something that prevents people from doing that for the time being.
Yeah.
Or depending on the location you are.
Probably in like a newbie area. Alright, I have to be smarter about that.
You probably have something on your screen that is green, saying that you are in a safe place.
Safety is on. With this setting, you will not be able to perform negative effects on blue players, and as long as you are blue, you can win. No one can legally attack you.
So you're pretty much in a safe zone, which is probably around the city, and eventually when you reach like, I don't know, maybe 100 meter or 200 meter from the city, it will say that you're about to go into PvP zone or stuff like that.
Okay. Well, this game definitely seems cool. I'm gonna check it out more later. I'm gonna launch Final Fantasy. Check this bad boy out again. Turn the sound down. American Data Centers. Okay. Somehow my okay, so it was wrong, the message it gave me that I had to do a new account because I was able to enter this other account where I have a character and I can load this character.
Know it.
So that message was lying. I wonder what, oh, you know what? I wonder if the other account, if I had done a different free trial on it. Like one of their old free trials where you could play for like however long. And that's what it was talking about.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? Like, because this one may not have had a free trial. It may have just been one I actually paid for only before. I don't recall this character, but we'll see.
Let's try it.
It's got my old EverQuest name. Oh, but they're making me wait. Is it normal that you wait in a player queue, or is that a free trial thing?
Depends if your server is massively loaded. Since mine For example, mine is on Gilgamesh, and Gilgamesh is the most backed up server since it's the from the first iteration of server.
Uh-huh.
So sometimes I have to wait, yeah.
Well, this character's only level 11.
It doesn't matter. It's your server.
Yep,
That is
no,
low.
I'm just saying that
Which server
my
are you in?
level 11. I don't even know. No idea.
I don't think I would even be able to log in since my character is 72 or 73.
The graphics are a lot better than the game I was just playing.
Yep.
It actually looks like a new game compared. Let me look at the system configuration, display setting. Oh god, that resolution is terrible. Go all the way up. That's weird. Gotta change this manually. Alright. Oh no, I can just do this priesthood over here. Okay, good. So we're at 160. Oh. Oh, that's much better. Okay. Everything up. Alright, yeah. Definitely looks better than Shroud, huh?
Not hard to beat.
Yeah. No, the sound... the noises my character makes aren't exactly my favorite. Alright. Okay. It's down. It's too loud. He's dressed kind of like a Jedi archer. It's kind of funny. How can I check? Oh, is my server in the top right? Zalera?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, it says Zalera. I just chose. I didn't read it because it was green and it told me that I had a character in it. I assumed, so I opened that one. I just hit. Like, well, I may as well continue with this character. I would have been an ranger, archer, whatever, anyways. And I vaguely remember what I was doing before, like. Wasn't that long ago I played this character. It was like a year ago.
Yeah, if you want to play Project Gorgon sometime, just let me know. I'll play it with you. If you're interested, that is.
Sure. I'm just trying to tweak my video card. Pick card.
Oh, okay. Alright. I guess if I really wanted to experience the story, I should have started fresh, because I don't remember anything like that. But I'm not that far in. I'm sure I can pick it up, you know? Look at my current quests. Dino. Where is it I'm at right now? That's over there. Okay, it's around here. Okay. And two, I'm a fairly casual game player, so level 60, that gives me a long time to try it. For me, for the rate I go, you know. You're gonna come on the channel one day and I'm gonna be role-playing, talking all Japanese anime style.
What?
Get all into it. Giggling like a little schoolgirl.
tired of waiting. Waiting patiently for your return, operator.
Where am I at here? Oh. Something happened when I killed that guy. I got my normal 150 experience, whatever, but then I got like 1500 experience for something else, and it said something I didn't catch.
Yep.
I don't understand why. Are there like class accomplishments or something you can do that give you experience, or achievements in the game maybe, or something? Like, oh, you killed your 100th enemy or something. I'm a little confused. I just completed a quest and I had to choose my reward, and I chose some pants. But they're not in my bag. Do they go somewhere else, or?
Can you stream? So it's gonna help me.
Sure. All right.
Oh, okay. You're okay. Whew. Yeah. It's a good thing you showed me that. I thought you were on again.
Oh,
Okay. You can you show me the quests?
Complete ones. It was.
You see the icon on your quest? The icon like question mark, not question mark, but exclamation mark with a flame icon.
Where? What do you mean?
You close to home. You see that quest? The icon in front of it.
What about it?
The icon in front of it means that it's a storyline.
Okay.
So do you see the quest that you done? Probably the last one, surveying the damage, I'm guessing. One before. Okay, it might be a side quest though. So
yeah, it was a side quest.
So let's go to the icon on top and go for the fourth. And go forward. Next one and next one and next one. Nothing. Oh, this one? No. Oh, either.
It had the word sting in it. That's all I remember. What are these?
Oh, these are zones and stuff like that, so yeah. No, and Walker, there's no way it's gonna be there. That's like end game stuff.
I don't know. I don't know, but like when you choose the item, what happens? But I don't.
Okay, normally it will go in your inventory like you are now.
Yeah.
It's gonna go there. But if it's not there, you might have equipped it from the get-go.
No, these were my old ones.
Okay, so
I had this open and everything before I
Oh, okay. So, that's not there. Okay, let's go in the inventory, the last box. What it is? I think it's quest item. Normally there. Yeah, that's quest item. Oh, key item. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Oh, click in your chat box. You see pair of hard letter. Okay, that's what you got. Hard. Okay, you obtain these items, but hard letter. Let's check if it's that. That's not it. So, can you right click on it? Okay. Search for item. Let's try that. Location. Armory chest. That's not here. Holy it's why would they put that there?
Do I have to get back to a town to find that?
Yes, you will have to. but you will have to go to main town. Hang on. Up. What is that? What is it called?
Dania?
Okay, yeah, you have to go there.
All right. Well, I have to go there anyway.
Is it what it says? Is it the next quest? Retrieve the well-worn fishing. No.
Yeah, I could do. Well, yeah.
Spy the soldier breakfast. What is that?
This quest has been adjusted. Please abandon the quest and restart it by speaking with back.
Ah, okay. It was probably on a timer. You can use recall. I think you probably have a skill at teleport. Return. Yeah, use that one. It's gonna bring you back to the last one. You.
That's what it should look like in Shroud when you teleport.
Okay, now let's look around.
Oh, performance. There we go. Okay. All right.
It might be below you, like south of your position. Look, yeah. You see the bed?
Mm-hmm.
That's where you need to go.
I have to go down to this inn.
You have to go where you see the bed.
Okay.
There's will be an NPC that's gonna bring you to your let's say house, but
I think
it's a bed. It's pretty much a bedroom more than anything else. Left, right, by the elevator probably. Independent arms mender. Oh, maybe try a keep. Try the inn keep.
All right. He's not gonna help me.
And try the one by the in front of you.
This one?
And Tim. Stop. Independent armed mender. Definitely not him.
Let's repair stuff.
Okay, so go downstairs.
Okay. I'm gonna try to dive off.
I think you can do it, but you have to be in front of the stairs. Now, not the airship. Okay. At least we know where it is, but you don't have access to it yet.
Well, I mean, I must be able to go to this place that my pants are at, right? There
Nope.
must be a way to access that. Why would it put it there and not let me use it?
That's the reason why I don't understand. Shouldn't, but it is. And you don't access to your chamber unless you have done some quests, I think.
Like progress through the story, the main scenario quest.
If you want to progress, yeah. If you want to level up, if you just do the main quests, eventually you will be behind by a few level. So like if you go, for example, up to 60, you will finish the quest before you hit 60. But by 2 level. And doing 2 levels, it's just nothing. That's a player.
Person.
Yep. You see by the color of the name.
Yeah.
That's the character I have on your right side. The big guy. That's the character I have. Yep. The race that I made it.
Yeah.
I used the biggest character because I wanted my weapon to be as big and fat as possible, and that by the time.
That's a loose woman.
Yep. Yep, it is.
Mine is a very chaste, conservative woman.
Yeah. That's a god race. This one. If I had the choice, I would have probably choose this one. But when we start, the race doesn't exist. So I took the biggest one for it because it's all about the skin. Like I wanted my gear to be easy to see. And if you were going for optimal, I would have used the child design. But yeah, fuck that, man. You don't see shit. Your gear is just so kind of so.
What is this? Oh, level 60. Yeah. Nope.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna stop it here. And have a good night, buddy. See you tomorrow.
Thanks for your help.
Yes, yep.